The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Hello and welcome everyone to Two Time Tunes. Today we will be continuing on with our previous escapades throughout Dostoyevsky's The Double, a romantic classic that details all of the ongoings of the character of Yakov Petrovich Golyadkin, someone who is a very pathic figure and overall has quite a few asides, blunders, spectacles, and overall makes himself quite a cutting public figure, both in his own mind and to those around him. All from the perspective of a very poetic, very narrative-driven narrator as such. Perhaps from an overhead, perhaps from within. Who knows? But you may decide at the end. And alongside, we'll be continuing on with Jazzpunk, a very surrealist, nerd-coded, very, very thoroughly nerd-coded comedy game, which is meant to kind of get into all of the irreveries and nonsenses and references to pop culture, current and past, that circle and cycle around all of these matters, and I find rather entertaining, and I hope that you will too. If you are new to this channel, you will find that we will start with approximately 2 hours. 2 hours is what we're shooting for. With recording an audiobook, you'll be here behind the scenes to see the hums, haws, and herms, all about the effort of getting the next section of our audiobook out, which we release for free in chunks for your viewing and or listening pleasure at the intervals of about, I would say, one every other month. And in the interim, we have highlights. These take the place between streams. So we stream 1 week, then we have something put out that's either a highlight or an audiobook, and then we go back to another stream and the cycle continues. On the other hand, you can see our shorts put out twice a day, once every 12 hours, at noon and midnight, every single day, Central Time, of course. This is what it's based on. But otherwise, you'll be able to enjoy our analyses, our reviews, our, hopefully you might find them, comedic takes and or looks at whatever game we happen to be playing at the time, and maybe you'll get a little bit of bloopers spliced in between there, if they happen to occur in things like recording the audiobook, or, of course, playing the game. But without further ado, into housekeeping, which will be very brief, thankfully. We have not had too many major issues or anything going forward, but I have learned some very valuable lessons, thanks to a very interesting source. I was listening to a video essay on decay, which happened to touch on the topic of digital decay, and that kind of triggered some, like a little knowledge bomb and coordination with what I did thankfully already have some understanding of, as in regards to audio, and hopefully, comes through, and we have fewer technic issues as the last stream, which I learned a little bit about as well, in that if I record desktop, as I will for Oblivion, it takes up the self-monitoring that I have on OBS as well, so lessons learned, hard-won in the future. While I found it interestingly, slightly atmospheric, entertainingly, for the largely cave sections or sewer systems that we were going through, it shouldn't be a problem for the future. But aside from that, the difficulty with the, not the mouth noises, which hopefully I'll be making some further improvements on anyway, there is compression artifacts to be found from what I suspect, as in contrast to the other filters that I had in my stack, was a matter of the limiter. I had simply too much digital gain, and with that, as you might have been able to hear. At least from what I could tell. There hasn't been any so far since I have drastically lowered the gain, both on my interface and in OBS. So, that is a little bit of behind the scenes, as this whole stream and most every stream is attuned to. Beforehand, before we move forward, there is some very exciting news. For those of you who caught one of the original streams, Dawning of a Trivium, we have made some significant, unbelievably deep-cutting strides at assembling a more philosophically both interesting and also internally consistent as the whole point of the tabletop role-playing game system, custom-made from the ground up, not relying on any of the standard systems like Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, Pathfinder 1st or 2nd edition, or any of the others like Call of Cthulhu, Lancer, Rogue Trader, all of these, none of these. From the ground up, a threefold, manifold, exclusive, and original. Something that I think will be very interesting to present coming down the pipeline, and will probably take up a large part, a very large part, and I might even start a new game to kind of align those features, maybe a TTRPG in and of itself that will be a very long-form piece of content, aside from the cycle that we're going through presently. Something very interesting. And, of course, to shill myself a little bit here, you will be able to access the workshop files, that is to say, the in-development pieces of media, which I will be reviewing in-stream, but you can get a copy for yourself, for your personal use, or maybe even inspiration. I would hope that it is at least a little bit interesting in that regard. If you become a Patreon of $5, that's the lowest tier of proponent, along with a few other features. But enough shilling. The important thing is that it's coming. It's so close to done, and I must admit, I do have a great deal of pride in it. I've been working on it for years now. But aside from all that business, now we finally get on to the behind-the-scenes recording of the audiobook, The Double, and once more, for all of those who are unfamiliar, new to the channel, or tuning back in and just need a refresher, we, in the course of going about this, do a recording session, sans any vehicles, as you are probably hearing now, almost certainly, interrupting us, which is an unfortunately recurring feature. Not a bug, it's a feature, I assure you. And in the course of that, what we have going on is generally chapter by chapter, section by section, whatever we decide to cut it up in as we do it. We have some moments where I, on the spot, come up with a recap of exactly what we have just been talking about, exactly what we have just been reading, and then we do a reply. This might be philosophic, this might be structural, analytic, picking apart what these things might do for a prospective writer, enthusiast, someone who is generally interested in the literature, or even maybe the philosophy that underlies it, the meaning, the intention, the value it can bring to your life as a person, as a thinker, as someone who gives a fuck about the world and what is within it, hopefully anyway. You know, I might cater to some nihilists here and there, who knows. But besides that, after we have come up with those answers, or before, if there's a confluence of commentary in the chat section, I will take the time to have a talk with you, engage with you, and hopefully, we can move towards building something of a community of here who are like-minded on all of the things that I've just been talking about in the introduction, the housekeeping, and the explanation of what we do here. And of course, for the gaming section, Interaction with chat is a lot more free, especially since Jazzpunk is not the single most micromanagerial kind of game. But, as it were, let us take a quick check to make sure that everything looks good. And it looks like 'tis so, my friends, 'tis so. So then, The Double, read by Kairos of the Threefold Manifold, July 9th, 2025. Part 3. Part 3. It was striking midnight from all the clock towers in Petersburg when Mr. Golyadkin beside himself ran out onto the Fonte. And here's where you all also, if you are unfamiliar, find that I am not anything but an American English speaker. I mean, albeit I do enjoy a bit of UK and AU, I should say. Not much on the Canadian side, but certainly those two. So I'll be relying on finding a few pronunciations to hopefully pay the appropriate tribute, get past the troll's toll, and make sure that I don't muck up my pronunciations. And this looks like Fontonka is the answer. Man, I'm familiar with what a quay is. It was striking midnight from all the clock towers in Petersburg when Mr. Golyadkin, beside himself, ran out on the Fontonka quay, close to the Ismailovsky bridge, fleeing from his foes, close to the Ismailovsky bridge, fleeing from his foes, from persecution, from a hailstorm of nips and pinches aimed at him, from all the shrieks of excited old ladies, from the O's and there comes the clicks. Now, there's a reason that the behind the scenes in the tags of this stream and all others are marked as ASMR. That's because at this section it is not necessarily foreground watching content, but I think it does make background good at least. And if you're interested in your own voice acting and or recording ventures, I don't think it's a bad inspiration. I guarantee you could probably do better than me if you're more formally trained. Though I am self-taught. It was striking midnight from all the clock towers in Petersburg when Mr. Golyadkin, beside himself, ran out on the Fontonka quay, close to the Ismailovsky bridge, fleeing from his foes, from persecution, from a hailstorm of nips and pinches aimed at him, from the shrieks and excited old ladies. From the shrieks of excited old ladies, from the ohs and ahs of women, from the murderous eyes of Andrei Filipovich. From the ohs and ahs of women, from the ohs and ahs of women, from the ohs and ahs of women, and from the murderous eyes of Andrei Filipovich. Mr. Golyadkin was killed entirely, in the full sense of the word, and if he preserved the power of running, it was simply through some sort of miracle, a miracle in which at last he refused himself to believe. It was an awful November night, wet, foggy, rainy, snowy, teeming with colds in the head, fevers, swollen faces, quinsys, inflammations of all kinds and descriptions, teeming, in fact, with all the gifts of a teeming, in fact, with all the gifts of a teeming, in fact, with all the gifts of a Petersburg November. The wind howled in the deserted streets, lifting up the black water of the canal above. Lifting up the black water of the canal above the rings on the bank and irritably brushing against lifting up the black waters of the canal above the rings on the bank and irritably brushing against the lean lampposts which claimed and irritably brushing against the lean lampposts which chimed, and irritably brushing against the lean lampposts, and irritably brushing against the lean lampposts which chimed in with its howling, and irritably brushing against the lean lampposts, and irritably brushing against the lean lampposts which chimed in with its howling. The wind howled in the deserted streets, lifting up the black water of the canal above the rings on the bank, and irritably brushing against the lean lampposts which chimed in with its howling in a thin, shrill creak, keeping up the endless squeaky, jangling concert with which every inhabitant of Petersburg is so familiar. Keeping up the endless squeaky, jangling concert in which every inhabitant of Petersburg is so familiar. Snow and rain were falling both at once. Lashed by the wind, the streams of rainwater spurted almost horizontally, as though from a fireman's hose, pricking and stinging the face of the luckless Mr. Golyadkin like 1,000 pins and needles. In the stillness of the night, broken only by the distant rumbling of carriages, the howl of the wind, and the creaking of the lampposts. In the stillness of the night, broken only by the distant rumblings of carriages, the howl of... In the stillness of the night, broken only by the distant rumblings of... In the stillness of the night, broken only by the distant rumbling of carriages, the howl of the wind and the creaking of the lampposts, there was a dismal sound of the splash and gurgle of water rushing from every roof, every porch, every pipe, and every cornice onto the granite of the pavement. There was not a soul near or far. And indeed it seemed there could not be at... There was not a soul near... just in time for a car. Incidentally, we are enjoying some rose hips, cloves, licorice root, and what else do I have in here? Ah, yes, a touch of wormwood. There was not a soul, near or far, and indeed it seemed there could not be such... There was not a soul, near or far, and indeed it seemed there could not be at such an hour and in such weather. It seemed there could not be at such an hour and in such weather. And so only Mr. Gulyankin, alone with his despair, was fleeing in terror along the pavement of Fontanka, with his usual rapid little step, with his usual rapid little with his usual rapid with his usual rapid little with his usual rapid little with his usual rapid little step, with his usual rapid little step, with his usual rapid little step, in haste to get home as soon as possible to his flat on the fourth story of Shishtilovochny, right. With his usual rapid little step, in haste to get home as soon as possible to his flat on the fourth story of Shishtilovochny. That'll be a mouthful. Shishtilovochny. With his usual rapid little step, 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 in haste to get home as soon as possible to his flat on the fourth story in car time, naturally. In haste to get home as soon as possible to his flat on the fourth story in Sheshnilovach. In his haste to get home as soon as possible to his flat on the fourth story in Sheshnilovachny Street. Through the snow, the rain, and all the nameless horrors of a raging snowstorm and fog under a Petersburg. Though the snow, the rain, and all the nameless horrors of a raging snowstorm and fog under a Petersburg November sky were attacking Mr. Gulyankin, already shattered by his misfortunes, were showing him no mercy, giving him no rest, drenching him to the bone, gluing up his eyelids, blowing right through him from all sides, baffling and perplexing him, though all this was hurled upon Mr. Gulyankin at once, as though conspiring and combining with all his enemies to make a grand day, evening, and night for him. 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 In spite of all this, Mr. Gulyankin was almost insensible to this final proof. Okay, I forget. I punked myself. I forget that I'm zoomed in a bit. Let's see. Persecution of Destiny. Day, evening, and night for him, in spite of this. Day, evening, and night for him. Day, evening, and night for him. In spite of all this, Mr. Gulyankin was almost insensible. In spite of all this, Mr. Gulyankin was in spite of this, Mr. Gulyankin was in spite of all this, Mr. Gulyankin was almost insensible to this final proof of the persecution of destiny. Of the persecution of destiny. Of the persecution of destiny. So violent had been the shock. So violent had been the shock and the impression made upon him. So violent had been the shock and the impression made upon him a few minutes before at the civil councilor Berendiev's. So violent had been the shock and the impression made upon him a few minutes before at the civil councillor Berindiev's. Right in time for his speeding car. Goodness gracious. So violent had been the shock and the impression made upon him a few minutes before at the civil councillor Berindiev's. Let's see. I think that was quiet enough it wouldn't have picked up. If any disinterested spectator could have glanced casually at Mr. Golyadkin's painful progress, he would instantly have grasped the awful horror of his pitiful plight, and would certainly have said that Mr. Golyadkin looked as though he wanted to hide from himself, as though he were trying to run away from himself. Yes, it was really so. Yes, it was really so. One may say more. Mr. Golyadkin did not want only to run away from himself, but to be obliterated, to cease to be, to return to dust. At that moment, at the moment, he took in nothing surrounding him. Bloody hell. At the moment, he took in nothing surrounding him, understood nothing of what was going on about him, and looked as though the miseries of the stormy night, of the long tramp, the rain, the snow, the wind, all the cruelty of the weather. All the cruelty of the weather. All the cruelty of the weather did not exist for him. 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 The golosh slipping off the boots on Mr. Golyadkin's. The golosh slipping off the boot of Miss. The golosh slipping off the boot on Mr. Golyadkin's right foot was left behind in the snow and slush on the pavement of the Fontanka, and Mr. Golyadkin did not think of turning back to get it. Did not, in fact, noticed The golosh slipping off the boot on Mr. Golyadkin's right foot was left behind in the snow and slush on the pavement of Fontanka? The golosh slipping off the boot on Mr. Golyadkin's right foot. The golosh slipping off the boot on Mr. Golyadkin's right foot was left behind in the snow and slush on the pavement of Fontanka, and Mr. Golyadkin did not think of turning back to get it. Did not, in fact, notice that he had lost it. He was so perplexed that, in spite of everything surrounding him, he stood several times stock still in the middle of the pavement, completely possessed by the thought of his recent horrible, completely possessed by the... and another car. Hey, it is July, people are out in the summer. I guess it's fair. It's a lot more reasonable than in the winter, that's for sure. He was so perplexed that, in spite of everything surrounding him, he stood several times. He was so perplexed that, in spite of everything surrounding him, he stood several times stock still in the middle of the pavement, completely possessed by the thought of his recent horrible humiliation. At that instant, he was dying, disappearing. Then he suddenly set off again like mad and ran without looking back, as though he were pursued, as though he were fleeing from some still more awful calamity. The position was truly awful. At last, Mr. Golyadkin halted in exhaustion, leaned on the railing in the attitude of a man whose nose has suddenly begun to bleed, and began looking intently at the black and troubled waters of the canal. There is no knowing what length of time he spent like this. All that is known is that at that instant, Mr. Golyonkin reached such a pitch of despair, was so harassed, so tortured, so exhausted, and so weakened in what feeble faculties were left him, that he forgot everything. 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 Forgot the Ismailovsky Bridge, forgot Sheshlovochny Street, forgot his present plight. After all, what did it matter to him? After all, what did it matter to him? The thing was done. The decision was affirmed and ratified. What could he do? All at once, he started and involuntarily skipped a couple paces aside. All at once, he started and involuntarily skipped a couple of paces aside. With unaccountable easiness, he began gazing about him. But no one was there. But no one was there. Nothing special had happened. But no one was there. Nothing special had happened. But no one was there. Nothing special had happened. And yet he fancied that just now, that very minute, someone was standing near him, beside him, also. It's evermore that soft palate that continues to make the click, click, click. That worked last time. Let's see if that nose blow did this time as well. But I'll tell you one thing it certainly did. It certainly pulled us out of where we were. But alas. Where were we? With unaccountable easiness, he began gazing about him, but no one was there. With unaccountable easiness, he began gazing about him, but no one was there. Nothing special had happened. And yet he fancied that just now, that very minute, someone was standing near him, beside him, also leaning on the railing, and, marvelous to relate, had even said something to him. Said something quickly, abruptly, not quite intelligibly, but something quite private. Something concerning himself. Something concerning himself. Why, was it my fancy? Said Mr. Golyonkin, looking round once more. But where am I standing? He thought finally, shaking his head, though he began gazing with an uneasy, miserable feeling into the damp, murky distance, straining his eye, straining his sight, and murky distance, murky distance, straining his sight and doing his utmost to pierce with his short-sighted eyes the wet darkness that stretched all round him. There was nothing new, however, nothing special caught the eye of Mr. Nothing special caught the eye of Mr. Golyadkin. Nothing special caught the eye of Mr. Golyadkin. Nothing special caught the eye of Mr. Golyadkin. Nothing special caught the eye of Nothing special caught the eye of Mr. Nothing special caught the eye of Mr. Golyadkin. Everything seemed to be all right, as it should be. Everything seemed to be all right, as it should be. That is, the snow was falling more violently, more thickly, and in larger flakes. Nothing could be seen 20 paces away. The lamp-posts creaked more shrilly than it. The lamp-posts creaked more The lamp-posts creaked more shrilly than ever. The lamp-posts creaked more The lamp-posts creaked more shrilly than ever. The lamp-posts creaked more shrilly than ever. The lamp-posts creaked more shrilly than ever, and the wind... The lamp-posts creaked more shrilly than ever, and the wind seemed to intone its melancholy song even more. And the wind seemed shrilly than ever. That's a hard one to transition off of. The lamp-post creaked more. The lamp-posts creaked. The lamp-posts creaked more shrilly than ever, and the wind seemed to intone its melancholy song even more tearfully, more piteously, like an importunate beggar whining for a copper to get a crust of bread. At the same time, more piteously, like an importunate beggar whining for a copper to get a crust of bread. At the same time, a new sensation took possession of Mr. Golyadkin. At the same time, a new sensation took possession of Mr. Golyadkin's whole being. At the same time, a new sensation took possession of Mr. Golyadkin's whole being. Agony upon agony, terror upon terror, a feverish tremor ran through his veins. Agony upon agony, terror upon terror, a feverish tremor ran through his veins. The moment was insufferably unpleasant. "Well, it's no matter," he said to encourage himself. "Well, no matter. Perhaps it's no matter at all, and there's no stain on anyone's honor. Perhaps as it should be." He went on without understanding what he was saying. He went on without understanding what he was saying. "Perhaps it will all be for the best in the end, and there will be nothing to complain of, and everyone will be justified. Perhaps it will all be for the best in the end, and there will be nothing to complain of, and everyone will be justified." talking like this, and talking like this, and comforting himself with his word. Talking like this, and comforting himself with talking like this, and comforting himself. Talking like this, and comforting himself with words. Mr. Golyadkin shook himself a little, shook off this. Talking like this, and comforting himself with words. Mr. Golyadkin shook himself a little, shook off the snow which had drifted in thick layers on his hat, his collar, his overcoat, his tie, his boots, and everything. But his strange feeling, his strange, obscure misery he could not get rid of, could not shake off. Somewhere in the distance, there was the boom of a cannon shot. Somewhere in the distance, 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 there was the boom of a cannon shot. What weather, thought our hero. Tchoo! Isn't there going to be a flood? It seems as though the water has risen so violently. It seems as though the water has risen so violently. Mr. Golyadkin had hardly said. Mr. Golyadkin had hardly said or thought this when he saw a person coming towards him, belated, no doubt, like him through some accident, an unimportant, casual incident, an unimportant, casual incident, an unimportant. I'm trying, lately, to use dentals in combination with middle of the hard palate pronunciations to try and get rid of that reciprocation noise. An unimportant causal incident. An unimportant causal incident. An unimportant an unimportant. An unimportant casual incident, one might suppose. That was an interesting noise. An unimportant. Nope, there it goes. Has to be sinusoidal. And right in time for a car. Anytime now. An unimportant, casual incident, one might suppose, but for some unknown reason, Mr. Golyadkin was troubled, even scared, and rather flurried. It was not that he was exactly afraid of some ill-intentioned man. It was not that he was exactly afraid. It was not that he was exactly afraid of some ill-intentioned man, but just that, perhaps, after all, who knows, this belated individual hashed through Mr. Golyadkin's mind, hashed through Mr. Golyadkin's mind. Maybe he's that very thing. Maybe he's the very principal thing in it. And isn't here for nothing, but is here with an object crossing my path but is here with an object, crossing my path and provoking me. Possibly, however, he did not think this precisely, but only Possibly, however, he did not think this precisely, but only had a passing feeling of something like it, and very unpleasant. There was no time, however, for thinking and feeling. The stranger was, there was no time, however, for thinking and feeling. There was no time, however, for thinking and feeling. The stranger was already within 2 paces. The stranger was already within 2 paces. The stranger was already within 2 paces. Mr. Goyantkin, as he invariably did, hastened to assume a quite peculiar air, an air that expressed clearly that he, Goyantkin, kept himself to himself. Mr. Goyantkin, as he invariably did, hastened to presume. Mr. Goyantkin, as he invariably did, hastened to assume a quite peculiar air, an air that expressed clearly that he, Goyantkin, kept himself to himself, that he was all right. An air that expressed clearly that he, Goyantkin, kept himself to himself, that he was all right, that he was... An air that expressed clearly that he, Goyantkin, kept himself to himself, that he was all right, that the road was wide enough for all, and that he, Goyantkin, was not interfering with any one. Suddenly, he stopped short, as though petrified, as though struck by lightning, and quickly turned round after the figure which had only just passed him, turned as though someone had given him a tug from behind, as though the wind had turned him like a weathercock. The passerby vanished quickly in the snowstorm. The passerby vanished quickly in the snowstorm. He, too, walked quickly. He was dressed like Mr. Goyantkin, and like him, too. He, too, walked quickly. He was dressed like Mr. Goyantkin. And like him, too, wrapped from head... He was dressed like Mr. Goyantkin, and like him, too, wrapped up from head to foot, and he, too... He was dressed like Mr. Goyantkin, and like him, too, wrapped up from head to foot, and he, too... He was dressed like Mr. Goyantkin, and like him... He was dressed like Mr. Goyantkin, and like him, too, wrapped up from head to foot, and he, too, tripped and trotted along the pavement of Fontanka with rapid little steps that suggested that he was a little scared. What is it? Whispered Mr. Goyantkin, smiling mistrustfully, though he trembled all over. What is it? Whispered Mr. Goyantkin, smiling mistrustfully, though he trembled all over. An icy shiver ran down his back. Meanwhile, the stranger had vanished completely. There was no sound of his step, while Mr. Goyantkin... Meanwhile, the stranger had vanished completely, as though... Meanwhile, the stranger had vanished completely. There was no sound of his step, while Mr. Goyantkin still stood and gazed after him. At last, At last, however, he gradually came to himself. At last, however, he gradually came to himself. Why, what's the meaning? Why, what's the meaning of it? He thought with vexation. Why have I really gone out? Why have I really gone out of my mind, or what? Why have I, why have I really gone out of my mind, or what? He turned and went on his way. He turned and went on his way, making his footsteps more rapid and frequent, and doing his best not to think of anything at all. He even closed his eyes at last with the same object. Suddenly, through the howling of the wind and the uproar of the Suddenly, through the howling of the wind and the uproar of the storm, the sound of steps very close at hand reached his ears again. He started and opened his eyes. Again, the rapidly approaching figure stood out black before him, some 20 paces away. This little figure was hastening, tripping along, hurrying nervously, and the distance between them grew rapidly less. 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 Mr. Golyadkin could by now get a full view of this second belated companion. Mr. Golyadkin could by now get a full view of this second belated companion. Mr. Golyadkin could by now get a full view of this second belated companion. He looked full at him and cried out. He looked full at him and cried out with amazement and horror. His legs gave way under him. It was the same individual who had passed him 10 minutes before, and who now, quite unexpectedly, turned up facing him again. But this was not the only marvel that struck Mr. But this was not the only marvel that struck Mr. But this was not the only marvel that struck Mr. And suddenly that word becomes anathema to me. But this was not the only marvel that struck Mr. Golyadkin. But this... And car time. I suppose it's only fair, huh? And apparently they've got good bass, too. But this was not the only marvel that struck Mr. Golyadkin. He was so amazed that he stood... He was so amazed that he stood still, cried out, tried to say something, and rushed to overtake the stranger, even shouting something. He was so amazed that he stood still, cried out, tried to say something, and rushed to overtake the stranger, even shouted something to him, probably anxious to stop him as quickly as possible. He was so amazed that he stood still, cried out, tried to say something, and rushed to overtake the stranger, even shouted something to him, probably anxious to stop him as quickly as possible. The stranger did, in fact, stop 10 paces from Mr. Golyadkin, so that the light from the lamp... The stranger did, in fact, stop 10 paces from Mr. Golyadkin, so that the light from the lamp-post that stood near fell full upon his whole figure. So that the light from the lamp... The stranger did, in fact, stop 10 paces from Mr. Golyonkin, so that the light from the lamp-post that stood near fell full upon his whole. So that the so that the light so that the light so that the light from the lamp so that the light from the lamp so that the light from the lamp post so that the so that the light from the lamp so that the light so that the light from the lamp post that stood so that the light from the so that the light so that the light from the lamp post that stood near so that the light from the lamp post that stood so that the light so that the light from the lamp so that the light from the lamp-post that stood near fell full upon his whole figure, stood still, stood still, stood still, stood still, turned, stood still, turned to Mr. Golyonkin, and with impatient and anxious face waited to hear what he would say. "Excuse me, possibly I'm mistaken. Excuse me, possibly I'm mistaken. Possibly I'm mistaken. Excuse me, possibly I'm mistaken. Excuse me, possibly I'm mistaken," our hero brought out in a quavering voice. "Excuse me, possibly I'm mistaken," our hero brought out in a quavering voice. The stranger in silence. The stranger in the stranger in silence. In silence. And with an air of and with an air and with and with an air of annoyance and with an and with an and with an and with an air of annoyance and with an air and with an air and with an air of annoyance turned and rapidly went on his and with an air of annoyance turned and rapidly went on his way, as though in haste to make up for the 2 seconds he had wasted on Mr. Golyodkin. As for the latter, he was quivering in it. As for the latter, he was quivering in every nerve. His knees shook and gave way under him. His knees shook and gave way under him. His knees shook. His knees shook and gave way under him, and with a moan he squatted on a stone at the edge of the pavement. There really was reason, however, for his being so overwhelmed. The fact is that this stranger seemed to him now. The fact is that this stranger seemed to him now. The fact is that this stranger seemed to him now somehow familiar. That would have been nothing, though. That would have been nothing, though. But he recognized, almost certainly recognized this man. He had often seen, he had often, he had often seen him, this man, had seen him sometime, and very late, he had often seen him, that man. He had often seen him, that man. Well, let's try that a little bit adjusted. He had often seen him, that man, had seen him some time, and very lately, too. Where could it have been? Where could it have been? Surely not, surely not surely not yesterday. Surely not yesterday. But again, that was not the chief thing that Mr. Golyadkin. But again, that was not the chief thing that Mr. Golyadkin had often seen him before. There was hardly anything special about the man. The man at first sight would not have aroused any special attention. He was just a man like anyone else, a gentleman like all other gentlemen. He was just a man like anyone else, a gentleman like all other gentlemen. A gentleman like all other gentlemen, of course. And perhaps he had some good qualities. And very valuable ones, too. He was just a man like anyone else, a gentleman like all other gentlemen, of course. He was just a man like anyone else, a gentleman like all other gentlemen, of course. A gentleman like all other gentlemen, of course. And perhaps he had some good qualities and very valuable ones, too. In fact, he was a man who was quite himself. In fact, he was a man. He was a man who was quite himself. Mr. Golyadkin cherished no sort of hatred or enmity, not even the slightest hostility towards this man. Quite the contrary, it would seem, indeed. And yet, and this was the real point, he would not for any treasure on earth have been willing to meet that man. He would not for any treasure on earth have been willing to meet that man, and especially to meet him as he had done now, for instance. And especially to meet him as he had done now, for instance. And especially to meet him as he had done now, for instance. We may say more. Mr. Golyadkin knew that man perfectly well. He even knew what he was called, what his name was, and yet nothing would have been. Mr. Golyadkin. We may say more. We may say more. We may say more. Mr. Golyadkin knew that man perfectly well. He even knew what he was called, what his name was. He even knew what he was called, what his name was, and yet nothing could have. What his name was, and yet nothing would have induced him, and again, for no treasure on earth would he have consented to name him, to consent to acknowledge that he was called, to consent to acknowledge that he was called so-and-so, to consent to acknowledge that he was called so-and-so, that his father's name was this, and his surname was that. Whether Mr. Golyadkin's stupefaction lasted a short time. Oh, I believe I skipped ahead, actually. We may say more. Mr. Golyadkin knew that man perfectly well. Mr. Golyadkin knew that man perfectly well. He even knew what he was called, what his name was, and yet nothing would have induced, and yet nothing would have induced him, and again, for no treasure on earth, would he have consented to name him, to consent to acknowledge that he was called so-and-so, that his father's name was this, and his surname was that. Whether Mr. Goyankin's stupefaction lasted a short time or a long time, whether he was sitting for a long time on the stone of the pavement, I cannot say. But recovering himself a little at last. But recovering himself a little at last. But recovering himself a little at last. But recovering himself a little at last, and suddenly. But recovering himself a little at last. But recovering himself a little at last. But recovering himself a little at last, he suddenly fell to running, without looking round, as fast as his legs would, as fast as his legs could carry him, as fast as his legs could carry him. His mind was preoccupied. Twice he stumbled and almost fell, and through this cars. As fast as his legs could carry him. His mind was preoccupied. Twice he stumbled and almost fell. And through this circumstance, his other boot was also bereaved of its galosh. At last, Mr. Goyankin slackened his pace. A little to get breath, looked hurriedly round, and saw that he had already, without being aware of it, run right across Fontonka. He had crossed. And there we go for another one. I do at least remember Nevsky Prospect. That's a fairly easy one to get round. Anichkov. Yeah, that tracks. Had crossed the Anichkov bridge. Had passed part of the Nevsky Prospect, and was now standing at the turning into Latenya Street. Mr. Goyankin turned into Latenya Street. His position at that instant was like that of a man standing at the edge of a fearful precipice. His position at that instant was like that of a man standing at the edge of a fearful precipice, while the earth is bursting open under him, is already shaking, moving, rocking for the last time, falling, drawing him into the abyss, and yet the luckless wretch has not the strength, nor the resolution to leap back, to avert his eyes from the yawning gulf below. The abyss draws him, and at last he leaps into it of himself hastening. And yet the luckless wretch has not the strength, nor the resolution to leap back, to avert. And yet the luckless wretch has not the strength, nor the resolution to leap back, to avert his eyes from the yawning gulf below. The abyss draws him, and at last he leaps into it of himself. The abyss draws him, and at last he leaps into it. the slap. Crazy. The abyss draws him, and at last he leaps into it of himself hastening the moment of his destruction. Ah, and a car was rolling throughout that. How unfortunate. How terribly unfortunate indeed. Well, it's finally a ways off. Or is it? Yeah. Mr. Goyadkin turned into Latania Street. His position at that instant was like that of a man standing at the edge of a fearful precipice, while the earth is bursting open under him, is already shaking, moving, rocking for the last time, falling, drawing him into the abyss, and yet the luckless wretch has not the strength nor the resolution to leap back, to avert his eyes from the yawning gulf below. The abyss draws him, and at last he leaps into it of himself hastening. The abyss draws him, and at last he leaps into it of himself hastening the moment of his destruction. Mr. Goyadkin knew, felt, and was firmly convinced that some other evil would certainly befall. Mr. Goyadkin knew, felt, and was firmly convinced that some other evil would certainly befall him on the way, that some unpleasantness would overtake him, that he would, for instance, meet his stranger once more. But, strange to say, he positively desired this meeting, considered it inevitable, and all he asked was that it might all be quickly over, that he should be relieved from his position in one way or another. But as soon as possible. And meanwhile he ran on and on, as though moved by some external force, for he felt a weakness and a numbness in his whole being. He could not think of anything. Those thoughts caught at everything like brambles. A little lost dog, soaked and shivered, attached itself to Mr. Goyadkin and ran beside him, scurrying along with tail and ears drooping, looking at him from time to time with timid comprehension. Some remote, long forgotten idea, some memory of something that had happened long ago, came back into his mind now. 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 Kept knocking at his brain as with a hammer, vexing him and refusing to be shaken off. That horrible, that horrid little cur, whispered Mr. Goyadkin, not understanding himself. At last he saw his stranger at the turning into Italiansky? That's my guess. Let's see. How's it hold up? Italiansky. Yeah, I was right. Nice. Italiansky. At last, he saw his stranger at the turning into Italiansky Street. He saw his stranger at the turning into Italiansky Street, But this time, the stranger was not coming to meet him. But this time, the stranger was not coming to meet him, but was going in the same direction as he was, and he, too, was running a few steps in front. At last they turned into Sheshlovochny Street. At last they turned into Sheshlovochny Street. Mr. Golyadkin caught his breath. The stranger stopped exactly before the house. The stranger stopped exactly before the house in which Mr. The stranger stopped exactly. The stranger stopped exactly before the. The stranger stopped exact. The strain. The stranger stopped exactly before the house in Mr. The stranger stopped exactly before the house in which Mr. Golyadkin lodged. He heard a ring at the bell. He heard a ring at the bell, and almost at the same time the grating of the iron bolt. The gate opened. The gate opened. The stranger stooped, darted in, and disappeared. Almost at the same instant, Mr. Golyadkin reached the spot and like an arrow flew in at the gate, heedless of the grumbling porter. He ran, gasping for breath, into the yard, and immediately saw his interesting companion, whom he had lost sight of for a moment. The stranger darted towards the staircase which led to Mr. Golyadkin's flat. Mr. Golyadkin rushed after him. The stairs were dark, damp, and dirty. At every turning there were heaped up masses of refuse from the flats, so that any unaccustomed stranger who found himself on the stairs in the dark was forced to travel to and fro for half an hour in danger of breaking his legs, cursing the stairs as well as the friends who lived in such an inconvenient place. Cursing the stairs as well as the friends who lived in such an inconvenient place. But Mr. Golyadkin's companion seemed as though familiar with it, as though at home. He ran up lightly, without difficulty, showing a perfect knowledge of his surroundings. Mr. Golyadkin had almost caught him up. Mr. Golyadkin had almost caught him up. In fact, once or twice the stranger's coat flicked him on the nose. His heart stood still. The stranger stopped at the door of Mr. Golyadkin's flat, still. The stranger stopped before the door of Mr. Golyadkin's flat, knocked on it, and, which would, however, have surprised Mr. Golyadkin at any other time, Petrushka, as though he had been sitting up in expectation, opened the door at once, and, with a candle in his hand, followed the stranger as the latter went in. The hero of our story dashed into his lodging beside himself. Without taking off his hat or coat, he crossed the little path. The hero of our story dashed into his lodging beside him. The hero of our story dashed into his lodging beside himself. Without taking off his hat or coat, he crossed the little... Without taking off his hat or coat, he crossed the little... That's a challenging transition. The hero of our story dashed into his lodging beside himself. Without taking off his hat or coat, he crossed the little passage. Without taking off his hat or coat, he crossed the little Without taking off his hat or coat, he crossed the little passage. Without taking off his hat or coat, he crossed the little path. Without taking off his hat or coat, he crossed the little path. He crossed the little path. He crossed the little passage. He crossed the little... It's a real tongue twister there. From the D to the t. He crossed He crossed the little path. He crossed the little path. He crossed the little. He crossed. He crossed the little passage, and stood still in the doorway of his room, as though thunderstruck. All his presentiments had come true. All that he had dreaded and surmised was coming to pass in reality. His breath failed him. His head was in a whirl. The stranger, also in his coat and hat, was sitting before him on his bed, and with a faint smile, screwing up his eyes, nodded to him in a friendly way. Mr. Golyadkin wanted to scream, but could not, to protest in some way, but his strength failed him. His hair stood on end, and he almost fell down with horror. And indeed there was good reason. He recognized his nocturnal visitor. The nocturnal visitor was no other than himself, Mr. Golyadkin himself. Mr. Golyadkin himself. Mr. Golyadkin himself. Mr. Golyadkin himself. Another Mr. Golyadkin, but absolutely the same as himself. In fact, what is called a double in every respect. A double in every respect. Okay. So now we get into the comment talking section. If there is anybody who is open and interested in chatting, and naturally the recap and reply as we have ended the chapter. So, In chapter 5. In chapter 5, Golyadkin, still beside himself from having been thrown out. Golyadkin, still beside himself after having been thrown out of the party. How would we best describe this? Enters the chasm of self-doubt. Having lain on the courtyard of just that festivity for some time, and dashing off towards his home. He rolls, tumbles, foils through the driving snow, the pelting rain. The intractable freezing cold of a Russian St. Petersburg winter. Sticks, pauses, trifles. And along the bank of the Fontonka River, halts. There. He waits. Listens, smells, breathes. And finally, the horror, the absolute impropriety of his actions at that party crash and rain down on him just as the real, true, material weather all about. He lost one galosh off of his boot. but the numbness of it all washes over him. Perhaps indeed it will be okay. Perhaps there won't be too many repercussions. Perhaps his self, in the eyes of everyone, will be preserved. No loss is taken. And then inhale, exhale. Calm, anxious, soothing, washing over. Anxious, soothe, washing over. He hears it. He hears it. Then sees it. And finally, it brushes past him. Another inscrutable and yet familiar man, wrapped head to toe just as himself, jerking and trammeling by, almost as if the embodiment of the embodiment of fugue. And from this greater terror returns to make its nest again. And another wave of soothe. And another wave of manic soothe. And another wave of manic soothe. He holds and leans against a lamppost, then darts off again. Faster and more thoroughly towards home. And then near another lamppost. He sees awaiting him the same figure. Casting a gaze upon him as if he is so... casting a diffident gaze upon him, so withering. As though the subject thereof was less worthy than the ground upon which he stood. Goyadkin trades a few words at him, stammering. And the rebuking motion of the figure carries him off once again. Goyadkin, in his paranoia, his distrust. Fear at the very core of himself collapses. Rear on a pavement stone, freezing weathers, winter continuing to encrust him. And then all at once, flees again, finally back to his flat, only for a dog, only for a poor, miserable dog to take up alongside him. His other galosh to fly off behind. And then to see the figure running ahead of him, apparently in the same direction. Barely a pace's distance away. Just as some dire thought from his past revisits him. And at once, for some indeterminate time, as with the rest of this, they find their way to the gate. They both find their way to the gate. Lift the rusty iron latches, and fly within. And fly within. With creeping familiarity, writhing its way into Goyankin's mind. As the one he chases seems to dart, mingle, and fleet throughout the piles of garbage that occupy the deep, twisting halls of this place, as though he knows them intimately as his own. He makes it to Goyankin's flat door, to be greeted by Petrushka as if he has been waiting for him this whole time. Slide inside of his house, only for Golyankin to catch the door and go in past him. Only for Golyankin to catch the door and go in past him. And now, within the sanctity of his home, No. He proceeds with haste towards his bedroom. Only then to be stuck in staunch horror at what lies before him, at what sits before him on his bed. At what sits before him, from head to toe, an exact ensemble, reflection exemplified of himself, a double. Staring with comedic malice, staring with comedic, even friendly, staring with comedic, even friendly humor. And now for the reply. Is there much that hasn't been said here already? Well, in the last chapter, we certainly talked about how stupendously this inserts one into the position of someone who's clearly, not really got the firmest grip on reality. I don't know, does this really do much more than that? Obviously, continuing on the same thread, naturally, but does it really add anything substantive? Does it really invoke much more than a complex fulfillment of what was already lain? I'm not sure. And what of the structure? What does it add there? Perhaps we could speak to the temporality of it, the apparent shift that continues to happen, the necessity of perspective. That is certainly a philosophic element, especially of Romanticism. I think that will do. I think that's reasonable. And finally, to broach in Chapter 5, Romanticism itself, as is the overlying and undercurrent throughout the entire book, and what Dostoyevsky is perhaps best known for, aside from his literary feats. I would suggest if nothing else, Chapter 5 delivers on the perspectivity, the necessity of one's mind state, one's psyche, in the evolution, development, participation in any given understanding, let alone in action. And that's with an EN at the beginning. And that's with an EN prefix. In the dilation of time, maneuver through space, and obvious stark differences between what Goyadkin thinks and feels and what everybody else thinks and feels. Therein is the essence of Romanticism, a sort of perspectivism that overcomes the position of rationalism, which was so abundant at the time, and very arguably defensibly so, still to the day, where the perspective relies upon correctness out of necessity. A sort of analytic objectivity, that something is correct by, that any given perspective, theory, is true by definition. The most obvious example of that being taken to logic positivism as an outlook for life, science, and what I would argue is that kind of Platonic play on the idea of qualities, universals that exist independent of things in themselves. And from all of that, what I think is most valuable in the perspective of romanticism, though I am not myself a romantic philosophically, is indeed that perspective necessity, that synthetic outlook. Though, of course, I set aside all of the idealist notions that tend to come bundled with this, Platonisms of their own, in their own right. And that extraordinary, and that primacy of pathos, feeling above reason. Rather, I see them as compatible and even integrated into one another. But nonetheless, but nonetheless in but nonetheless in praising romanticism for this quality, in grasping firmly that theory, outlook, logic itself depends and supervenes upon the self. The situatedness, contextuality, the being in space and timedness of any one agent. In literary terms, or even more broadly, creative. What we can draw from 5 is exactly the synthesis of all these. Most everybody, many would, and I would argue, perhaps should, not share the same dispositions, persona, and I would argue pathologies of Goyadkin. But even so, whether you are building a character, philosophy, or some broader pursuit, apprehending the principle of positionality and how that affects everything from your morals, to your lifestyle, from morals to lifestyle. To your place in society or organizations writ large. And even the faculties of sense and locomotion themselves. If you get this, then building a character, then building any one of the aforesaid, simply becomes a matter of getting the whole and the parts, and how one becomes the other. The sum literally equaling its parts. And in that there is a formula for realizing any one of those creations. By that virtue, a reason, algebra if you want. And a method to accomplish whatever you wish to produce thereabouts. Games, books, films, or full-bore theories. All shaped by perspective. Okay. And now we carry on into the next chapter. Excuse me, that was very rude of me. And unintentional. Oh yeah, this is a mere 10 pages. Not even a full one. A full 10, more like 9. I think we can knock this out of the park, though we might, depending on the contents, skip the reply. Because I think I made at least 3 good replies out of that. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. At 8 o'clock in the morning. At 8 o'clock next morning, Mr. Golyankin woke up in his bed. At once, all the extraordinary incidents of the previous day and the wild, incredible night, with all its almost impossible adventure, hand card time, cool. Well enough, I suppose. With all its almost impossible adventures presented themselves to his imagination and memory with terror. At once, at once, all the extraordinary incidents of the previous day and the At once, all the extraordinary incidents of the previous day At once, all the extraordinary incidents of the previous day and the wild, incredible night with its... Why this is tripping me up so much? At once, all the extraordinary incidents of the previous day and the wild, incredible night. At once, all the extraordinary incidents of the previous day and the wild, incredible night, with all its almost impossible adventures, presented themselves to his imagination and memory with terrifying vividness. With terrifying vividness. With terrifying vividness. Such intense, diabolical malice on the part of his enemies, and, above all, the final proof of that malice froze Mr. Golyadkin's heart. But at the same time, it was all so strange. Incomprehensibly. But at the same time, it was all so strange, incomprehensible, wild. It seemed so impossible that it was really hard to credit the whole business. Mr. Golyadkin was, indeed, ready to admit himself. That it was all an incredible delusion, a passing aberration of the fancy, a darkening of the mind. A passing aberration of the fancy, a passing aberration of the fancy, a passing aberration of the fancy, a darkening of the mind. If he had not fortunately known by bitter experience to what lengths spite will sometimes carry any one. If he had not fortunately known by bitter experience to what lengths spite will sometimes carry any one, what a pitch of ferocity an enemy may reach, when he is bent on revenging his honor and prestige. Besides, Mr. Golyadkin's exhausted limbs. Besides, Mr. Golyadkin's exhausted limbs, his heavy head, his aching back, and the malignant cold in his head bore vivid witness to the probability of his expedition of the previous night, and upheld the reality of it, and to some extent of all that had happened during that expedition. And indeed, Mr. Golyadkin had known long before that something was being got up among them, that there was someone else with them. But after all, thinking it over thoroughly, he made up his mind to keep quiet, to submit, and not to protest for the time. They are simply plotting to frighten me. Perhaps they are simply plotting to frighten me, perhaps. And when they see that I don't mind, that I make no protest, but keep perfectly quiet and put up with it meekly, they'll give it up. Of themselves. Give it up of their own accord. Such, then, were the thoughts in the mind of Mr. Golyadkin, as, stretching in his bed, trying to rest his exhausted limbs, he waited for Petrushka to come into his room as usual. He waited for a full quarter of an hour. He heard the lazy scamp fiddling about with the samovar behind the screen. And yet could not bring himself to call him. We may say more. Mr. Golyadkin was a little afraid of confronting Petrushka. Why, goodness knows, he thought. Goodness knows how that rascal looks at it all. He keeps on saying nothing. But he has his own ideas. but he has his own ideas. At last, the door creaked, and Petrushka came in with a tray. At last, the door creaked, and Petrushka came in with a tray in his hands. Mr. Golyadkin stole a timid glance at him, impatiently waiting to see what would happen, waiting to see whether he would not say something about a certain circumstance. But Petrushka said nothing. He was, on the contrary, more silent, more glum, and ill-humored than usual. And ill-humored than usual. And ill-humored. He looked askance from under his brows at everything. Altogether it was evident that he was very much put on about something. Altogether it was evident that he was very much put on about something. Altogether it was very evident that he was very much put on about something. He did not even once glance at his master, which, by the way, rather piqued the latter. Setting all he had brought on the table, he turned and went out of the room without a word. He knows all about it, the scoundrel! He knows all about it, the scoundrel! Mr. Goy... He knows all about it, the scoundrel! Mr. Golyadkin grumbled to himself as he took his tea. Yet, our hero did not address a single question to his servant, though Petrushka came into his room several times afterwards on various errands. Mr. Golyadkin was in great trepidation of spirit. He dreaded going to the office. He had a strong presentiment that he... Mr. Golyadkin was in great trepidation of spirit. He dreaded going to the office. He had a strong presentiment that there he would find something that would not be just so. You may be sure, he thought, that as soon as you go, you will light up something. Isn't it better to endure in patience? Isn't it better to wait a bit now? Let them do what they like there. But I'd better stay here a bit today, recover my strength, get better, and think over the whole affair more thoroughly. Then afterwards I could seize the right moment. Fall upon them like snow from the sky, and get off scot-free myself. Reasoning like this, Mr. Golyadkin smoked pipe after pipe. Reasoning like this, Mr. Golyadkin smoked pipe after pipe. Pipe after pipe. Time was flying. It was already nearly 9:30. Why, it's 9:30 already. Why, it's 9:30 already, thought Mr. Golyadkin. It's late for me to make my appearance. Besides, I'm ill, of course. I'm ill. I'm ill. Of course I'm ill. Of course I'm ill. I'm certainly ill. Who denies it? What's the matter with me? If they sin to make inquiries, let the execute... If they sin to make inquiries, what's the matter with me? If they sin to make inquiries, let the executive clerk come. And indeed, What is the matter with me, really? My back aches, I have a cough and a cold in my head, and in fact, it's out of the question for me to go out, utterly out of the question in such weather. I might be taken ill, and very likely die. Nowadays, especially, the death rate is so high. With such reasoning, Mr. Golyadkin succeeded at last in setting his conscience. With such reasoning, Mr. Golyadkin succeeded at last in setting his consciousness at rest, and defended himself against the reprimands he expected from Andrei Filipovich for neglect of his duty. For neglect of his duty. For neglect of his duty. As a rule in such cases, our hero was particularly fond of justifying himself in his own eyes with all sorts of irrefutable arguments, and so completely setting his consciousness at rest. As a rule in such cases, our hero was particularly fond of justifying himself in his own eyes with all sorts of irrefutable arguments, and so completely setting his conscience at rest. And so now, having completely soothed his conscience, he took up his pipe, filled it, and had no sooner settled down comfortably to smoke, when he jumped up quickly from the sofa, flung away the pipe, briskly washed, shaved, and brushed his hair, got into his uniform, and so on, snatched up some papers, and flew off to the office. Mr. Golyadkin went into his department timidly, in quivering expectation of something unpleasant, an expectation which was none the less disagreeable for being vague and unconscious. He sat timidly down in his invariable place next to the head clerk, Anton Antonovitch. Syatochkin is my guess for that. Let's see. Syatochkin. Ah, very good. Anton Antonovitch. Syatochkin. Without looking at anything or allowing his attention to be distracted, he plunged into the Without looking at anything or allowing his attention to be distracted, he plunged into the contents of the papers that lay before him. He made up his mind and vowed to himself to avoid, as far as possible, anything. He made up his mind and vowed to himself to avoid, as far as possible, anything provocative, anything that might compromise him, such as indiscreet questions, jests, or unseemly allusions to any incidents of the previous evening. He made up his mind also to abstain from the usual interchange of civilities with his colleagues, such as inquiries after health and such like. But evidently it was impossible, out of the question, to keep to this. Anxiety and uneasiness in regard to anything near him that was annoying always worried him far more than the annoyance itself. And that was why, in spite of his inward vows to refrain from entering into anything, whatever happened, and to keep aloof from everything, Mr. Golyadkin from time to time on the sly, very, very quietly, raised his head and stealthily looked about him to laugh. Raised his head and stealthily looked raised his head and stealthily looked about raised his head and stealthily looked about him. Raised his head and stealthily looked raised his head and stealthily looked about him to right, and to left, peeped at the countenances of his colleagues, and tried to gather whether there peeped at the countenances of his colleagues, and tried to gather whether there were not something new and particular in them, referring to himself and with sinister new and particular in them, referring to himself and with sinister motives concealed from him. He assumed that there must be a connection between all that happened yesterday and all that surrounded him now. At last, in his misery, he began to long for something, goodness knows what, to happen, to put an end to it. To put an end to it. Even some calamity. He did not care. At this point, destiny caught Mr. Golyadkin. He had hardly felt this desire when his doubts were solved in the strangest and most unexpected manner. The door leading from the next room suddenly gave a soft and timid creak, as though to indicate that the person about to enter was a very unimportant one, and a figure very familiar to Mr. Golyadkin stood shyly before the very table at which our hero was seated. The latter did not raise his head. No, he only stole a glance at him, the tiniest glance. But he knew all. He understood all, to every detail. He grew hot with shame, and buried his devoted head in his papers with precisely the same object with which the ostrich, pursued by hunters, hides his head in the burning sand. The new arrival bowed to Andrei Filipovich, and thereupon he heard a voice speaking in the regulation tone. Of condescending politeness with which all persons in authority address their subordinates in public offices. Take a seat here. Take a seat here, said Andrei Filipovich, motioning to the newcomer to Anton Antonovitch's table. Here, opposite Mr. Golyadkin, and we'll soon give you something to do. Here, opposite Mr. Golyadkin, and we'll soon give you something to do. Andrei Filipovich ended by making a rapid gesture that decorously admonished the newcomer of his duty, and then he immediately became engrossed in the study of the papers that lay in a heap. Before him. Mr. Golyadkin lifted his eyes What a strange time for that kind of click to appear. Mr. Golyonkin lifted his eyes at last, and that he did not fall into a swoon was simply because he had foreseen it all from the first, that he had been forewarned from the first, guessing in his soul who the stranger was. Mr. Golyonkin's first movement was to look quickly about him to see whether there was any whispering, any office joke being cracked on the subject, whether anyone's face was agape with wonder, whether, indeed, someone had not fallen under the table from terror. But to his intense astonishment, there was no sign of anything of the sort. The behavior of his colleagues and companions surprised him. It seemed contrary to the dictates of common sense. Mr. Golyonkin was positively scared at this extraordinary reticence. The fact spoke for itself. It was a strange, horrible, uncanny thing. It was enough to rouse anyone. All this, of course, only passed rapidly through Mr. Golyonkin's mind. That's a clear mistype. He felt as though he were burning in a slow fire, and indeed there was enough to make him. The figure that was sitting opposite Mr. Golyonkin now was his terror, was his shame, was his nightmare of the evening before. In short, it was Mr. Golyonkin himself, not the Mr. Golyonkin who was sitting now in his chair. Now in his chair with his mouth wide open and his pen petrified in his hand. Not was the nightmare of the evening before. In short, it was Mr. Golyonkin himself. It was the nightmare of the evening before. In short, it was Mr. Golyonkin himself, not the Mr. Golyonkin who is now. Was the nightmare of the evening before. In short, it was Mr. Golyonkin himself, not the Mr. Golyonkin who was sitting now in his chair with his mouth wide open, his pen petrified in his hand, not the one who acted as assistant to his chief, not the one who liked to efface himself and slink away into the crowd, not the one whose deportment plainly said, "Don't touch me," not the one whose deportment plainly said, "Don't touch me, and I won't touch you," or "Don't interfere with me. You see I'm not touching you." No, this was another Mr. Golyonkin, quite different. Quite different. Yet at the same time exactly like the first, the same height, the same figure, the same clothes, the same baldness. In fact, nothing, absolutely nothing was lacking to complete the likeness, so that if one were to set them side by side, nobody, absolutely nobody, could have undertaken to distinguish which was the real Golyonkin, and which was the counterfeit. Which was the old one, and which was the new one, which was the original, and which the copy. Our hero was, if the comparison can be made, in the position of a man upon whom some practical joker has stealthily, by way of jest, turned a burning glass. What does it mean? Is it a dream? He wondered. Is it reality, or the continuation of what happened yesterday? And besides, by what right is this all being done? Who sanctioned such a clerk? Who authorized this? Am I asleep? Am I in a waking dream? Am I, am I, am I asleep? Am I in a waking dream? Am I in a waking dream? Mr. Golyadkin tried pinching himself, even tried to screw up his courage. Mr. Golyadkin tried pinching himself, even tried to screw up his courage to pinch someone else. No, it was not a dream, and that was all about it. Mr. Golyadkin felt that the sweat was trickling down him in big Mr. Golyadkin felt that the sweat was trickling down him in big drops. He felt that what was happening to him was something incredible, unheard of, and for that very reason was to complete his misery. Unheard of, and for that very reason was to complete his misery, utterly unseemly, for Mr. Utterly unseemly. Utterly unseemly. For Mr. Golyadkin realized and felt how disadvantageous it was to be the first example of such a burlesque adventure. He even began to doubt his own existence, and though he was prepared for anything, and had long... He even began to doubt his own existence, and though he was prepared for anything, and had been long... He even began to doubt his own existence, and though he was He even began to doubt his own existence, and though he was prepared for anything, and had been longing for his doubts to be settled in any way whatever, yet the actual reality was startling in its unexpectedness. His misery was poignant and overwhelming. At times, he lost all power of thought and memory, coming to himself after such a moment. At times, he lost all power of thought and memory. Coming to himself after such a moment, he noticed that he was mechanically and unconsciously moving the pen over the paper. Mistrustful of himself, he began going over what he had written and could make nothing of it. At last, the other Mr. Golyadkin, who had been sitting discreetly and decorously at the table, got up and disappeared through the door into the other room. Mr. Golyadkin looked round. Everything was quiet. He heard nothing but the scratching of pins, the rustle of turning over pages, and conversation in the corners furthest from Andrei Filipovitch's seat. Mr. Golyadkin looked at Anton Antonovitch, and, as in all probability our hero's countenance fully reflected his real condition and harmonized with the whole position, and was consequently, from one point of view, very remarkable, good-natured, very remarkable, good-natured, good-natured Anton Antonovitch, laying aside his pen, inquired after his health with marked sympathy. "I'm very well, thank God, Anton Antonovitch," said Mr. Golyadkin. "I'm very well, thank God, Anton Antonovitch," said Mr. Golyadkin, stammering. "I am perfectly well, Anton Antonovitch. I'm all right now, Anton Antonovitch. I am all right now, Anton Antonovitch," he added uncertainly, not yet fully Anton. He added uncertainly, not yet fully... Hmm. I am perfectly well, Anton Antonovich. I am right now. I am all right now, Anton Antonovich, he added uncertainly, not yet fully trusting Anton Antonovich, whose name he had mentioned so often. I fancied you were not quite well, though that's not to be wondered at. No, indeed. I fancied you were not quite well, though that's not to be wondered at. No, indeed. Nowadays, especially, there's such a lot of illness going about. Do you know... Yes, Anton Antonovich, I know there's... Yes, Anton Antonovich, I know there is a lot of illness. I did not mean that, Anton Antonovich. Yes, Anton Antonovich, I know there is a lot of illness. I did not mean that, Anton Antonovich. Mr. Golyadkin went on, looking intently at Anton Antonovich. You see, Anton Antonovich, I don't even know how you... That is, I mean to say, how to approach this matter, Anton Antonovich. How so? How so? I really... Do you know... I must confess I don't quite understand. I must confess, I don't quite understand. You must explain. You know in what way you are in difficulties, said Anton Antonovich, beginning to be in difficulties himself, seeing that there were actually tears in Mr. Golyadkin's eyes. Really, 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 Anton Antonovich, here, there's a clerk here, Anton Antonovich. Well, well, I don't understand. Well, I don't understand now. I mean to say, Anton Antonovich, there's a new... I mean to say, Anton Antonovich, there's a new clerk here. Yes, there is. A namesake of yours. Yes, there is. A namesake of yours. What? Cried Mr. Golyadkin. What? Cried Mr. Golyadkin. Cried Mr. Golyadkin. I say, a namesake of yours. His name's Golyadkin, too. Isn't he a brother of yours? Isn't he a brother of yours? No, Anton Antonovich, you don't say so. You don't say so. You don't say so. Why, I thought there must have... Why, I thought he must be a relation of yours. Do you know, there's a sort of family... Do you know, there's a sort of family likeness? Mr. Golyadkin was petrified with astonishment, and for... Mr. Golyadkin was petrified with astonishment, and for the moment he could not speak. And for the moment he could not speak. To treat so lightly such a horrible and unheard of thing, a thing undeniably rare and curious, a thing undeniably rare and curious in its way. Well, let's get a sip and then we'll try that again. Might need a refill there. Mr. Golyadkin was petrified with astonishment, and for the moment he could not speak. To treat so lightly such a horrible, unheard of thing, a thing undeniably rare and curious in its way, a thing which would have amazed even an unconcerned spectator, to talk of a family resemblance when he could see himself as in a looking-glass. When he could see himself as in a looking... When he could see himself as in a looking-glass. Do you know, Do you know, Yakov Petrovich, what I advise you to do? Anton Antonovich went on. Anton Antonovich went on. Anton Antonovich went on. Go and consult a doctor. Do you know, you look somehow quite unwell? Do you know, you look somehow quite unwell? Your eyes look peculiar. You know, your eyes look peculiar. You know, there's a peculiar expression in them. You know, there's a peculiar expression in them. No, Anton Antonovich, I feel, of course. That is, I want. No, Anton Antonovich, No, Anton Antonovich, I feel, of course. That is, I keep wanting to ask about this clerk. Well, that is, have you not noticed, Anton Antonovich, something? That is, have you not noticed, Anton Antonovich, something peculiar about him? Something very marked? That is. That is. I mean, Anton Antonovich, a striking likeness with somebody, for instance. With me, for instance. You spoke just now, you see, Anton Antonovich, of a family likeness. A family likeness. You let slip the remark. You know, there really are sometimes twins exactly alike, like two drops of water, so that they can't be told apart. Well, it's that I mean. Well, it's that I mean. To be sure, said to be sure, said Anton Antonovich after a moment's thought, speaking as though he were struck by the fact for the first time. Yes, indeed. You're right. There is a striking likeness, and you are quite right in what you say. You really might be mistaken for one another. You really might be mistaken. You really might be mistaken for one another. You really might be mistaken for one another. He went on, opening it. You really might. You really might be mistaken for one another. He went on. He went on, opening his eyes wider and wider. And, you know, Yakov Petrovich, it's positively a marvelous likeness. Fantastic, in fact. As the saying is, that is, just as you. Have you observed, Yakov Petrovich? I wanted to ask you to explain it. Yes. I wanted to ask you to explain it. Yes, I must confess, I didn't take particular notice of it at first. It's wonderful. It's really wonderful. It's wonderful. It's really wonderful. It's really wonderful. And, you know, you are not a native of these parts, are you, Yakov Petrovich? And, you know, you are not a native of these parts, are you, Yakov Petrovich? No. He is not from me. He is not from these parts either, you know, either. Perhaps he comes from the same part of the country as you do. Where, may I ask, where, may I make bold to inquire, did your mother live for the most part? Where, may I ask? Where, may I be bold to inquire, did your mother live for the most part? You said, you say, Anton Antonovich. You say, Anton Antonovich, that he is not a native of these parts. You say, Anton Antonovich, that he is. You say, Anton Antonovich, that he is not a native of these parts? No, he is not. And indeed, how strange it is, continued the talkative Anton Antonovich. Continued the talkative Anton Antonovich, for whom it was a genuine treat to gossip. It may well arouse curiosity, and yet, you know, you might often pass him by, brush against. It may well arouse curiosity, and yet, you know, you might often pass him by, brush against him, without noticing anything. But you mustn't be upset about it. It's a thing that does happen. It's a thing that does happen. Do you know, the same thing I must tell you happened to my aunt on my mother's side. She saw her own double before her death. She saw her own double before her death. No, I. No, Excuse my interrupting you, Anton Antonovich. I wanted to find out, Anton Antonovich, how that clerk. That is, on what footing is he here? In place of Semyon Ivanovich, to fill the vacancy left by his death. The post was vacant, so he was appointed. Do you know, I'm told dear Semyon Ivanovich left 3 children, all tiny dots. The widow. The widow. The widow fell at his, the widow fell at the feet of His Excellency. They do say she's hiding something. She's got a bit of money, but she's hiding it. No, Anton Antonovich, I was still No, Anton Antonovich, I was still referring to that circumstance. You mean... to be sure. But why are you so interested in that? I tell you not to upset yourself. All this is temporary to some extent. Why, after all, you know, you have nothing to do with it. So it has been ordained by God Almighty. It's His will, and it is sinful. And it is sinful repining. His wisdom. So it has been ordained by God Almighty. It's His will, and it is sinful. So it has been ordained by God Almighty. It's His will, and it's sinful repining. So it has been ordained by God Almighty. It's His will, and it's sinful repining. His wisdom is apparent in it. And as far as I can make out, Yakov Petrovich, you are not to blame in any way. There are all sorts of strange things in the world. Mother Nature is liberal with her gifts, and you are not called upon to answer for it. You won't be responsible. Here, for instance, have you heard, I expect, of those, what's their name? Oh, the Siamese twins, who were joined together at the back, live, and who were joined together at the back, live and eat and sleep together. Here, for instance, have you heard, I expect of those, what's their name? Oh, the Siamese. Here, for instance, have you heard, I expect of those, what's their name? Here, for instance. Here, for instance, you have heard, I expect, of those, what's their name? Oh, the Siamese twins. That feels a little too red. Here, for instance, you have heard, I expect, of those, what's their name? Oh, the Siamese twins that are joined together at the back, live and eat and sleep together. I'm told that they get a lot of money. I'm told that they get a lot of money. I'm told that they get. I'm told that they get a lot of. I'm told that they get a lot of money. Allow me, Anton Antonovich. Allow me, Anton Antonovich. I understand. Yes, but what of it? I understand. Yes, but what of it? It's no matter, I tell you. As far as I can see, there's nothing for you to be But what of it? It's no matter, I tell you. As far as I can see, there's nothing for you to upset yourself about. After all, he's a clerk. As a clerk, he seems to be a capable man. After all, he's a clerk. As a clerk, he seems to be a capable man. He says his name is Golyadkin, that he's not native. He says his name is Golyadkin, that he's not a native of this district, and that he's a titular councillor. He says that his name is Golyadkin, that he's not a native of this district, and that he's a titular councillor. He had a personal interview. With His Excellency. He had a personal interview with His Excellency. And how did His Excellency? It was all right. I'm told he gave a satisfactory account of himself, gave his reasons, said, "It's like this, Your Excellency," and that he was without means and anxious to enter the service, and that he was without means and was anxious to enter the service, and would be particularly flattered to be serving under His Excellency, and that he would and that he was without means, and anxious to enter his service, and would be particularly flattered to be serving under His Excellency. All that was proper, you know. He expressed himself neatly. He must be a sensible man. But of course he came with a recommendation. He couldn't have gotten in without that. Oh, from whom? That is, I mean, who it... Oh, from whom? Oh, from whom? Oh, from whom? That is, I mean, who is it? That is, I mean, who is it had a hand in this shameful business? Oh, from whom? That is, oh, from whom? That is, I mean, who is it? That is, I mean, who is it had a hand in this shameful business? Yes, a good recommendation, I'm told. His Excellency, I'm told, laughed with Andrei Filipovich. Yes, a good recommendation, I'm told. His Excellency, I'm told, laughed with Andrei Filipovich. Laughed with Andrei Filipovich? Yes, he only just smiled and said that it was all right, that he had nothing against it, so long as he did his duty. Well, and what more? You relieve me to some extent, Anton Antonovitch. Go on, I entreat. You relieve me to some extent, Anton Antonovitch. Go on, I entreat you. Excuse me, I must tell you again. Well then, come. Well then, come, it's nothing. It's a very simple matter. You mustn't upset yourself, I tell you. And there's nothing suspicious about it. No, I... No, I... That is, Anton Antonovitch, I want to ask you, didn't His Excellency say anything more? About me, for instance. Well, to be sure. No, nothing of the sort. No, nothing of the sort. You can set your mind quite at rest. No, nothing of the sort. You can set your mind quite at rest. You know it is, of course, a rather striking circumstance, and at first... Why, here for instance, I scarcely noticed it. I really don't know why I didn't notice it till you mentioned it. But you can set your mind at rest entirely. He said nothing particular, absolutely nothing. Added good-natured Anton Antonovitch, getting up from his chair. So then, Anton Antonovitch, So then, so then, so then... So then, Anton Antonovitch... So then, Anton Antonovitch, Oh, you must excuse me. Here I've been gossiping about these trivial matters, and I've business that's important and urgent. I must inquire about it. Anton Antonovitch! Anton Antonovitch! Andrei Filipovich's voice sounded. Andrei Filipovich's voice sounded, summoning him politely. Andrei Antonovitch? Anton Antonovitch? Andrei Filipovich's voice sounded, summoning him politely. His Excellence has been asking for you. This minute. I'm coming this minute, Andrei Filipovich. Anton Antonovich? Andrei Filipovich's voice sounded, summoning him politely. His Excellency has been asking for you. This minute. I'm coming this minute, Andrei Filipovich. And Anton Antonovich, taking a pile of papers, flew off first to Andrei Filipovich. And Anton Antonovich, taking a pile of papers, flew off first to Andrei Filipovich, and then to His Excellency's room. Then what is the meaning of it? thought Mr. Golyadkin. Is there some sort of game going on? So the wind's in that quarter now. That's just as well. So things have taken a much pleasanter turn. That's just as well. So things have taken a much pleasanter turn. Our hero said to himself, rubbing his hands, and so Our hero said to himself, rubbing his hands, and so delighted that he scarcely knew where he was. So our position is an ordinary thing. So it turns out to be all nonsense. It comes to nothing at all. No one has done anything, really, and they are not budging, the rascals. No one has done anything, really, and they are not budging, the rascals. They are sitting busy over their work. That's splendid, splendid. I like the good-natured fellow. I've always liked him, and I'm ready to respect him. Though it must be said, one doesn't know what to think, this Anton Antonovich. I'm afraid to trust him. His hair is very gray, and he's so old he's getting shaky. It's an immense and glorious thing that His Excellency said nothing and let it pass. It's a good thing. I approve. Only why does Andrei Filipovich... Only why does Andrei Filipovich interfere with his grins? What's he got to do with it, the old rogue? Always on the old rogue. Always on my track, always, like a black cat on the watch to run across a man's path, always thwarting an annoying man. Always on my track, always, like a black cat on the watch to run across a man's path. Always on my track, always, like a black cat on the... Always on my track, always, like a black cat on the watch to run across a man's path. Always thwarting and annoying a man. Always annoying and thwarting a man. Mr. Golyadkin looked around him again, and again his hopes revived. Yet he felt that he was troubled by one remote idea, an unpleasant idea. It even occurred to him that he might try somehow to make up to the clerks. To be the first in the field, even, perhaps leaving the office or going up to them as though about his work. Perhaps, when leaving the office or going up to them as though about his work, to drop a hint in the course of conversation, saying, "This is how it is. What a striking likeness, gentlemen." To drop a hint in the course of conversation, saying, "This is how it is. What a striking likeness, gentlemen. A strange circumstance, a burlesque farce." That is. And car time. Hey, we did have a good string without any bother, though. I can't do anything but give mighty big thumbs up to that. This is how it is. What a striking likeness, gentlemen. A strange circumstance, a burlesque farce. That is, treat it all lightly, and in this way sound the depth of the danger. And in this way, sound the depth, and in this way sound the depth of the danger. Devils breed in still waters. Devils breed in still waters, our hero concluded inwardly. Devils breed in still waters. Devils breed in still waters, our hero concluded inwardly. Mr. Golyadkin, however, only contemplated this. He thought better of it in time. He realized that this would be going too far. That's your temperament, he said to himself, tapping himself lightly on the forehead. As soon as you gain... Tapping himself lightly on the forehead. As soon as you gain anything, you are delighted. You're a simple soul. No, you and I had better be patient, Yakov Petrovich. Let us wait and be patient. Nevertheless, as we have mentioned already, Mr. Golyadkin was buoyed up with the most confident hopes, feeling as though he had risen from the dead. No matter, he thought. It's as though 100 tons has been lifted off my chest. Here is a circumstance, to be sure. The box has been opened by lifting the lid. Krylov is right. A clever chap, a rogue, that Krylov, and a great fable writer. And as for him, let him work in the office, and good luck to him, so long as he doesn't meddle in or interfere with anyone. Let him work in the office. I consent and approve. Meanwhile, the hours were passing, flying by, and before... Meanwhile, the hours were passing, flying by, and before he had noticed... the time had struck 4. Meanwhile, the hours were passing, flying by, and before he noticed the time... it struck 4. The office was closed. Andrei Filipovich took his hat, and all followed his example in due course. Mr. Golyadkin dawdled a little on purpose, long enough to be the last to go out when all the others had gone their several ways. Going out from the street, he felt as though he were in paradise. So that he even felt inclined to go a longer way round, and to walk along the Nevsky Prospect. To be sure, this is destiny, thought our hero, this unexpected turn in affairs. And the weather's more cheerful, and the frost, and the little sledges. And the frost suits the Russian. The Russian gets on capitally with the frost. I like the Russian, and the dear little snow, and the first few flakes in autumn, the sportsman would say. I like the Russian, and the dear little snow, and the first few flakes in autumn. I like the Russian. I like the Russian. I like the Russian, and the dear little snow, and the dear little snow and the first few flakes in autumn, the sportsman would say, it doesn't be. The sportsman would say, it would be nice to go shooting hares in the first snow. Well, there, it doesn't matter. This is how Mr. Golyadkin's enthusiasm. This was how Mr. Golyadkin's enthusiasm found expression. Yet something was fretting in his brain. Not exactly melancholy, but at times he had such a gnawing at his heart that he did not know how to find relief. Let us wait for the day, though, and then we shall rejoice. After all, you know, what does it matter? Come, let us think it over. Let us look at it. Come, let us consider it, my young friend. Let us consider it. Why, a man's exactly like you in the first place. Absolutely the same. Well, what is there in that? Well, what is there in that? Well, what is there in that? If there is such a man, why should I weep over it? What is it to me? I stand aside, I whistle to myself, and that's all. That's what I laid myself open to, and that's all about it. Let him work in the office. Well, it's strange and marvelous, they say, that the Siamese twins... But why? Well, it's strange and marvelous, they say, that the Siamese twins... But why bring in the Siamese twins? They are twins, of course, but even great men, you know, sometimes look queer creatures. In fact, we know from history that the famous Suvorov, my guess. Hey, pretty good. Suvorov. In fact, we know from history that the famous Suvorov. In fact, we know from history that the famous Suvorov used to crow like a cock. In fact, we know from history that the famous Suvorov used to crow like a cock. But there, he did that all with. But there, he did all that with political motives, and he was a great general. But what are generals, after all? But I must keep myself to myself, that's all, and I don't care about anyone else, and secure in my innocence, I scorn my enemies. I am not one to intrigue. and I'm proud of it. Genuine, straightforward, neat and nice, meek and mild. All at once, Mr. Golyadkin broke off his... All at once, Mr. Golyadkin broke off. His tongue failed him, and he began trembling like a leaf. He even closed his eyes for a minute, hoping, however, that the object of his terror was only an illusion. He opened his eyes at last and stole a timid glance to the right. No, it was not an illusion. His acquaintance of that morning was tripping along his side, smiling, peeping into his face, and apparently seeking an opportunity to begin a conversation with him. The conversation was not begun, however. They both walked like this for about 50 paces. All Mr. Golyadkin's efforts were concentrated on muffling himself, hiding himself in his coat, and pulling his hat down as far as possible over his eyes. To complete his mortification, his companion's coat. His companion's coat and hat looked as though they had been taken off Mr. Golyadkin himself. Sir, our hero articulated at last. Trying to speak almost in a whisper, and not looking at his companion. We are going different ways, I believe. I am convinced of it, in fact. he said after a brief pause. I am convinced indeed that you quite understand me, he added. I am convinced indeed that you quite understand me, he added, rather severely in conclusion. He added, rather severely in conclusion. I could have wished. I could have wished, his companion pronounced at last. His companion pronounced at last. I could have wished, his companion pronounced at last. I could have wished. No doubt, you will be magnanimous and pardon me. I don't know to whom to address myself here. My circumstances. I trust you will pardon my intrusiveness. I fancied indeed that, moved by compassion, you showed some interest in me this morning. On my side, I felt drawn to you from the very first moment On my side, I felt drawn to you from the very first moment. At this point, Mr. Golyadkin inwardly wished that his companion... At this point, Mr. Golyadkin inwardly wished that his companion might sink into the earth. If I might venture to hope that you would accord me an indulgent hearing, Yakov Petrovitch. We here, we here, you had better come home with me, answered Mr. Golyadkin. We will cross now to the other side of the Nevsky Prospect. It will be more convenient for us there, and then by the little back street. We'd better go by the back street. Very well. By all means, let us go to the back street, our hero's meek companion responded. Very well. By all means, let us go by the back street. Our hero's meek companion responded timidly, suggesting by the tone of his reply that it was not for him to choose, and that in his position, he was quite prepared to accept the back street. As for Mr. Golyadkin, he was utterly unable to grasp what was happening to him. He could not believe in himself. He could not get over his amazement. And as for the recap, let's take a quick peek back at the very beginning. That's what I thought. And we're running quite over time. That's been the trend of the last several streams, but no worries. We will get in a little additional game time, maybe 4.5 hours. In Chapter 6, Golyadkin wakes up in his bed. Flung from his dreamless sleep into the almost dream world of his recollections about last night. His trek to and fro, his encounter with the double. And even before his embarrassment at the party. but steeling himself, soothing as before, but more successfully, he lays in bed, awaits Petrushka's regular morning routine, and after a little bit of impatience, carries on per normal, though he senses that Petrushka is a touch more uneasy and unhappy than usual. But all is well. But he reassures himself all is well. Golyadkin thinks perhaps if he simply waits it out. He is ill after all, so terribly ill. Avoiding the office for a while. That any of his improprieties may be overlooked. So he sits, smokes his pipe for a good long while. And then, like a twig snapping, hops up, prepares for work, and speeds off to the office. And once there, it's as if none of yesterday happened, but it feels so real to him. He sits at his desk, tries to keep a low profile, ignoring everyone else, but still, curiosity gets the better of him. He turns to the left, then to the right. And after several minutes of seemingly nothing at all, what walks in to join as a clerk one of the recently departed, but his very double. Sat right next to him at that newly vacated desk and begins working and begins working. While this is the case, Golyadkin's psyche begins consuming, cannibalizing itself. But not too long after, his double stands and walks away. In the meantime, Golyadkin turns to Anton Antonovich after swearing off bothering for any update or inquiry, and begins asking, who is he? How did he get here? How is he a clerk all of a sudden? And Anton, man of wizened years and wisdom, reassures Golyadkin, tells him that this kind of thing has happened before. And even more so, that he's here on recommendation. That he's here on recommendation by Andrei Filipovich, by appointment of His Excellency. That despite their striking similarities, so much so that Anton assumed some blood relation, but it never quite clicked in his head just how close. That this new one, also introducing himself as Golyadkin, was a mere coincidence, that there's nothing to worry about, that all is well, that it is God's will, and moreover, Mother Nature's blessing. And this settles. And this smooths Goyonkin for some time, until at the end of the day, he leaves with everyone else. He leaves with everyone else from the office. Trotting back towards his house, he talks it over with himself, some in his mind, some out loud, rationalizing, clarifying, unruffling. And at the end, what? And at the end, is wrenched back into his fear at spotting who else but the other Goyotkin, standing, waiting for him, with shaky words. Goyotkin approaches him. Goyotkin approaches him. Goyotkin approaches him with the most basic of introduction. Goyotkin approaches him with the most basic. Goyotkin approaches him tersely and tells him outright that no matter the case, he believes that the two of them are going in different directions altogether. Metaphor or literal, his other is disappointed and implores him to have a conversation with him anyhow, that he has appreciated from the moment upon crossing him the original Goyonkin, and had hoped for some kinship. And the original Goyonkin agrees. And the original Goyonkin stammeringly agrees, choosing to bring him to his house, choosing to bring him to his flat. But only by back alley, in hopes of settling this all, in hopes of settling this, in hopes of settling this, in hopes of settling this. In hopes of settling this once and for all. To which his double timidly agrees. All right. And now that we've got all of that out of the way, I am going to take a very quick pause, and then we're going to get over to Jazzpunk. So, less than 5 minutes, probably more like 1 to 3. I shall see you all in mere moments. And not too terribly bad. Let's see just how lined up we are. Quite close indeed. And not too ruffled from being up for a moment. Very good. And now, on to Jazzpunk. Where are we at? Come now. I just had this working earlier. There we go. Always a test with OBS to see whether it'll function or not. And let us continue. Gotta turn that down a little bit. Had that way up, way up. Trying to listen to those footsteps in the battlefield. How the hell are we back here? Did it not save my last progress? Well, that's disappointing. That certainly cuts into everything that I had planned. But I guess no matter. Things are quick enough to get through anyhow. That definitely knocks points off of my appreciation of it, however. Especially with the fact that that was a massive jerk in rendering. Happily, there you go. After all, it was mighty clogged up. Ah, yes. Jar. Yes. And now, if I remember rightly, you? Ah, yes, behind the counter. You? Did I? Oh, okay. Eek! There's 4. Whereabouts are we? Somewhere, I know. Ah, yes. Spiders? Fugu? Fuck you. Only slightly. It's okay. You too, PogChamp.
Would you like me to wrap that?
Nah, I'm good.
Hand over the wetware, and we won't do something ridiculous. Spare me. You think we're just gonna let you leave?
Positively. Ain't got not a single worry here.
This is your last chance. We've tried to reason with you.
Did I just realize that had a QR code on it? I wonder what would happen if I scan that bad boy. Gotta try that at some point. And now to zen out.
Fantastic work.
Thank you,
Now I
boss.
can finally make my steak and kidney pie. That last job seems to have attracted us a bit more heat than usual. We'll have to wait for things to cool down a bit. In the meantime, I'll set you up with a vacation. All expenses paid.
What did that say? Raw Phoenix? What?
Now go on, get some R&D. You look like you can use it.
Ah, yes. Now this, I wanted to play around with a bit more. I wonder if there's a hidden level that I might be able to find my way to. New Frost York. I live for these. I really do. Test group and control group. That is crazy to say. Algebra. Morocco, of course. Why does it not surprise me that they say this one here? Yeah, it's formerly France. Irewall. Nether regions. Germanium. Fair. Vatican II. Mediterranean Sea. Thermal Greece. Mechanical Turk. Transistor Sylvania. See Moscow. Quad Korea. What we got here? Ball bearing Strait. What I was getting on about is that I live for all of these little bits and bobs that get placed into games here and there, sprinkled about as Easter eggs for those who care to find them. Because it says to me that the dev really bought into whatever they were trying to build, whether that's an actual setting or it's just for the meme. If it's just for the lulz, I appreciate it even more. Because that means that they're actively considering, here is something that I am going to work with, like this map, for example. And out of all that already exists, I'm gonna play around with that. I'm going to get creative. With all of the pre-existing notions, all of the pre-existing lore, if you will. Of the world. It's a mad gas car. And in this particular example, it doesn't go out of its way to do so at the expense of any of these real places. Or fictitious places, for that matter. But it does get a good crack at every one of them. Laughing alongside world history. And geography. Than necessarily only at. It's a good balance, I feel. I was wondering if I could light all these locations up when I get a special something. But it does not look like it. Or at least if that is the case, I certainly can't seem to find it. Perhaps I missed one. But playing on the map, as it is, if you could call it that, is fun and all. Though not nearly as fun as actually making some progress. Oh, and another thing I'm actually rather happy at. Going on this way.
Welcome to Kaitak Resort. We've got
Is I'll be able to get one of those key cards again that lets me in. Thanks, lad. Now, I don't think there was anything back here. Ah, yeah, the marriage, cake game. Marriage quick game. I just got the joke. Incredible. Well done. I guess I will try and parkour. That is an important part of being a vocational expert, methinks. Can I get up here just off the roof? I never even thought about that. Yep. No chance. Not that way, anyway. Let's try a little bit more tactfully. Come on now. I guess I gotta go this way. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Yep. Hey. Wait a minute. How are you up here? And also down here. Huh? Oh, that's brilliant. So it looks like the game actually does note the level that the player is at, and the dev anticipating that you might be able to, in fact, jump up to the higher levels from down here. Has this elevator automatically lift or descend in accord with it? Well done. That shows a great deal of... That shows a significant amount of forethought. And, in my opinion, definitely helps with immersion. Now, where's that guy offering that key card? There you are. Gimme. Now, I don't remember which of these doors it was. I think it was 207, but I'm gonna avoid that. I might even avoid that whole side of things. Okay. So that is definitely one I've been through. So then it must have been that one. Yeah. So we'll try the other side altogether. What do we got over here? No, I have definitely been through. Alright. I'm gonna skip this floor then. Because I surely don't want my card to be ruined. I gotta grab my slippers over here too.
Physics, Polyblank. Elementary physics. Quickly, Polyblank, into the portal.
Now, I'll pass. For now, you know.
Pardon me, my good Samaritan. I've taken notice of your propensity for performing various, shall we say, unsundry favors for the inhabitants of these most tropical of premises. pontificating whether you'd be so kind as to assist me in
I'm only doing this because I want canonically my character to be in the will. If you're offering,
If you'd be so kind,
I'll happily do it.
take this aerosol fromage.
Of course.
This way, I should hope to recapture the lost cheeses of my youth. Do your best to aim for my gaping jowls.
Wow, look at that. 0 recoil.
Well done, Samaritan. I shall have my legal counsel factor you into my will once I'm home in my Cayman Island estate.
Alright, very good. Now. Ah, yes. My original intent. Check out all these rooms. Now I really, really hope that there's not another set of folks waiting down here. What? Ah, I think the rooms might be sequentially generated. That's interesting. Yep. Motherfucker. Can't believe it. They punked me again. Sad. Now I was really hoping there was much more. Well, anyway. Now that we're through with all that business.
Alright, maggot. Drop it.
All right.
No. Give me 5. Give me 5. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, get up. Get the hell out of my face.
On to the actual progression. What have we here? What can you tell me? Anything new? Not a thing. Hello? Exit? Okay. Ah, I guess space worked then. Okay. What's up? Nice. And no other balcony? Okay. But yes, to continue on with the tradition of knocking on every door. I must know. Is there anything new to this? Yep. I would have sworn that was on the lower floor. Yeah, get out of here. You'll never be out on bond. For you, apparently, were James Bond. Ah, yes. Gimme. Oh, well in that case, I clearly have already went through this floor. How could I forget? How could I neglect that I was but horsing around at a time most important, most crucial, critical, and unforgettable, truly. Shouldn't you be smoking right about now? Nothing hits like vintage quite like that. Yeah, I'll be right on that. Pineapple TV? Under the sea. Yeah, I'll have at that. Set both beds to vibrate, why don't you? Now what do we have here? Valuable. Crucial. Is that a spy satellite I hear?
Sorry, Polyglot. Change of plans. Got word of a syndicate man on site. Far too big an opportunity to pass up. I provided a duplicate attaché case. Wait till we distract them, then swap the cases. Check the bathroom. You'll have to gussy up a bit to get close enough. Head on down to the bar once you're feeling a little classy. Look for the mouths and home-rim glasses. Oh, and Polyglot, watch your back.
Well, that would explain everything. Ah, of course. Oh, let's not bugger this up. Oh no. Let's try that again. I thought it would surely follow the outline. Now, let's actually draw within the lines. Oh, this is like MS Paint. This is no bueno. Where's the bucket tool when you most need it? Yeah. What is this? Fucking watercolor? Bleeding all over the place. Yeah, it's good enough. Ah. And the most striking image of all. Oh no. Well, you know, at least we have clicky-clacky heels now. That ought to make the best impression. Can I leap off? I sure can! Will my dustman say anything different?
If you've been to the beach yet, we're having like a beach party out there. I don't know, you could stop by if you wanted.
Yeah, sure.
Dude, you should totally check out the beach. It's over there by the ocean. You are
you
like
sure?
the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life.
Much obliged.
If you've been to the beach,
Thank you,
it's
honey.
right over there by the ocean. Dude, you should totally check out the beach. It's over there by the ocean.
Yeah, why not? Fuck it. What do you two got to say, huh?
You should totally go check out the beach.
Thank you.
I call like everything sick because it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You're not my parents. You're like one person.
Yeah, that's pretty ill, huh?
You're not my mom and or my dad. You can't give me instructions on how to build this IKEA furniture. I'm one of those like test tube surfer babies, so, you know, I don't really have like a mom and dad.
That's
I
fair.
call, like everything
Oh my god, you
sick
should totally
'cause
go
it's
check out the
awesome.
beach.
Mhm,
It's like right over there.
Are you
We're
sure?
having a party on the beach. You should totally come. Cha.
Cha. Well, it won't let me through. Ah, footbridge. Should have seen it. Always happy to have a crab friend. They know what's up. Anything we can do with these boards? Not a thing. Eh. Ah yes, nothing like the clicky-clacky noises of heels on sand. Very authoritative. Got anything to tell me? No. Not Spanish speaking, you are. I'm surprised it actually lets me go in the water even at all. I was all but hoping there that it would let me come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me. That's unfortunate for you.
Would you like to know my hotel room number?
Nah, I'm chill, fam.
Like your face. The beach is nature's toilet.
Oh no.
You look like a bathroom symbol.
What the fuck?
I'm slender in the sunlight.
Yeah.
In the sea, rascal. I call a fish this big. Pretend that I have hands. Admittedly, I'm not. Your Honor. The beach is nature's toilet.
As you do. If the beach is nature's toilet, and I appear as a bathroom sign, what does that say? That's the most concerning of philosophy. Oh, hey, another one of these. Cybernetically enhanced taco begins to question the nature of its own sentience. I'm sure that's a brilliant watch. Here you go. I'm sure that'll have absolutely no consequences later. Please smoke in this area. A bold request. Ah, didn't even see this. Alright, what we got here? Exhumer 3000. That's not an inaccurate title. Man, this gives me flashback to Ratchet and Clank. What do we got here? Oh, nice! Well, nothing wrong with going solo on the beach. Anything else good buried here? I'm gonna be having this thing out everywhere I go. What's good?
Yo, how's it going?
Pretty swell,
Whoa,
fam.
it's a sweet metal detector.
Thanks.
Did you find any cool treasures?
Depends which generation of fan you ask.
Yeah, I found these shades on like a dead body.
Oh, that's reasonable.
Whoa, where'd you get that crazy hand from?
Don't ask such questions that you don't want the answer to.
Dude, that was nano-tubular. Man, my
Thanks.
copper hand's just not conductive today. Yeah, I'm like dating this lobster right now. She's pretty hot. You could actually literally grate cheese on my abs. Like, go ahead.
That's tremendously
What's up,
unfortunate for
Barbarella?
you.
Man, my
Barbarella.
copper hand's not conductive
Ah.
like it used to.
Hmm? Based. Alright, what can you tell me? Oh,
I'm so
First.
glad they chlorinated the
Hmm?
ocean. All those sea creatures were gross.
alright. We got this. But where's the squirrel? Oh.
I got sand in my everywhere. Do I look like a raccoon yet? I'm
That's regrettable
almost
for
done
you.
wondering. Sure, I'll be done when I'm irradiated. Oh my god, I've got like sand in my everywhere. Who put this beach next to the ocean anyway? Oh my god, I got sand in my thong. I got sand in my everywhere.
Well, thank you for those brilliant insights. What about you? Well, I guess that'll do. Nothing else? Nope, only kissy kissy. You?
Just right riding those sine waves, man. Yeah,
Sinusoidal,
it
bro.
cost me extra because it's double-sided. Dude, it's the sweetest board I ever got. It's double-sided. I have no idea how to swim.
That's
I
safe.
don't go in the water anymore because of loan sharks. Dude, you see those wave shapes out there? Yeah, man, there's some, like, sweet wave shapes out there today. Yeah, this board cost me extra because it's double-sided.
Alright. Okay. Where are we going? Here, there, everywhere? Ah. There we go. Whatever fake. What's that say? Oh, it's so blurry. That's absolutely proper to the true deal. Oh, whatever. I respect that. I respect that tremendously. Hmm? Regular functions. Totally normal. Of all the things that could be a jump laugh, a leaping chortle, a humor surprise, that one got me. What does that say about me?
Well, thank God you found me. I've been stranded in this desert for months. Perhaps you'll like to meet later. The sky will report what the color of television from your dead tunnel. You sons of beasts. In 1967, you can see home colors. My skin is crawling with polygons and you terrify me. The sky will report what the color of television from your dead tunnel.
I think that's about the full extent of the beach.
My dad is president. Oh my god. 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 Who needs air? My dad is president.
You know, I'm realizing now, I absolutely should have put, like, the Joker kind of shit on. They did not care about the outlines at all. I had the chance. Ah, I guess I give the crab a little smooch. Now that is truly uncrustable.
Diving board!
I do have to wonder, will this work anywhere but the beach? Got me running across the whole map. I'll give it a once around, but I won't delve too far into it. Oh. There was a snake in my boot. A slither in the chute. Perhaps even a scale that made me wail. Eh. Oh! I completely missed this last time. Okay. We'll come to an accord, I assure you. Engineer this! You sprung an oil leak, buddy! Through yonder window they break. What about this for some backseat driving? Is there left to pummel? Oh no. Side mirrors.
You win. Perfect.
Yes. The one and only. Oh. Well, that was a driven experience. Took me exactly where I needed to go anyway. Hey yo, what's up, cutie bones? Thank you.
Introduce myself. I am known as the editor.
Alright.
A cocktail for the pretty lass. Compliments of the lady in red.
Happily. I'm sure that it's perfectly normal.
I would marry you if I weren't such a playboy. Perhaps we can bribe the trade commissioner.
Alright, what you got to tell me?
Oh, hey, we're twins! I just love your lipstick. Where'd you get it?
Agency brand only.
Who does your hair? Oh my god, I love those shoes! The cocktails here are amazing. That just looks so good on you. Oh my gosh, I love your hair. Where did you get it done? Oh hey, we're twins!
Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't even realize. Yo, I could have as many of the sulfuric acid gin and tonics that the barman wants to give me. But that one got me good.
You look a little pale. What's the matter, Polly Blank? Polly Blank, 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 Polly
Had a good beat going there for a second. Why just stop? This is auspicious. And they even made me oil the chair. As you do. What the hell? Oh. Fucking read me. What do we have here? Tourist in the stockyard. You are in the terminal peril. Or sorry, you are in terminal peril. I want to help. Come to the rear pool. Verify you're not shadowed. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be easy enough. I don't even want to know what they tried to do with that. I know. Between all of this, these observational equipments, the interrogation gear, and the sacks, it was sacrificial. Anything new? Not a bit. You got anything to tell me? I wonder. I really do. Is it all just sequentially generated? Because that's what it's feeling like. Yep. But I'm not going to the last one. I'm holding on to this baby. Now the rear pool. Let's, I do wonder if there's anything new out there. Can I? No chance. These flies are not friendly. That's so. I want you to know, first thing that crossed my mind, exact recollection of Courage the Cowardly Dog. Ooga booga booga! I see my portal's closed. I really did think that would end the mission. I hope I didn't spoil it. Miss it altogether. Ah, I see we got the codename Kids Next Door type groove.
Polyblank, thank God you made it. You were followed. I have some pretty big information for you. But first, we need to take the necessary precautions. Okay, just hold still. This will hurt you a lot more than it will hurt me.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
When you're ready. Now they can't monitor us. You should sit down. There's a trauma couch over there.
Healthy. I don't think the Tooth Fairy will take that one, though. But I gotta look at this. 2 out of 6. Ransom Magazine. Over 100 pages of different typefaces and colors to choose from. 4 out of 5 kidnappers prefer to cut letters from our magazine. Improper spelling tips for beginners. Free razor blade and glue packet inside. Everything you need to make $1 bajillion. Guaranteed. Sit down to hear intense news. Alright.
This resort, it's all fake. It's
You sure?
software. We are all characters in a simulation. It's taken me decades, but I've discovered a way out of here. Find the mechanical boar. Kill it and cook it. It will lead you to freedom. Take this. The natives use it for hunting the boar.
A guitar. What, am I supposed to strangle it to death?
Godspeed, Polyblank. Godspeed.
There is no God here. He, too, fears what he has created. Oh! You know, I should probably check it out. Now that... Nothing happens to that one. I'll pass, thank you, though. Is the horn-rimmed glasses guy still here?
Whoa, you crazy.
No, but the drink sure is. Alright. Is our Crash still around and about? No, they finally mopped that poor guy up off the concrete. Lucky him. I'm sure this place has great workers' comp. That's a good beat. Oh, you moved though. Nah, I already did that one.
I found it over there by them rich people.
My man. Have you, like, Displacer Beast from the neck up? Because if not, you might have issues. And whatever they are, I don't think they can be solved by this here melon.
What do you think it's worth?
More than what you got in the knapsack.
I think you're really ugly. Like a nose. Could you? That reminds me of a funny story that I forgot already. What? You think I'm a spy? You're a spy. Who said you would kill me? You gotta look behind you.
What a melancholy soul. Yeah, I guess there really wasn't much after all. Just a few minor tweaks. That rather carries on with the whole theme that this level has shown us. Things are not nearly as dynamic and layered as the last couple. Oof. Yeah, and I don't see anything on the other floors either. Well, I guess we could head to the beach. I think that if I were to say anything to really sum up the circumstance of the hotel level, it feels like the scale is kind of its enemy. Like, we already accept that Jazzpunk is effectively a walking simulator with minigames spaced throughout, but
You should totally go check out the beach.
Everything's sick, 'cause it's awesome.
with this amount of space, it doesn't have the feeling of that density necessary to really hold it up.
I'm so glad they chlorinated the ocean. All those sea creatures were gross.
Can't get the lightning bug there. Yeah. Yep, and nothing new at nighttime. With all of these transitions, too. The dynamism feels to have risen up past the direct gameplay experience and more into the conditions of the gameplay experience, which themselves are not particularly effective to the mechanics. Come here, you. I gotta scan that. 1 second. Let's see what this is. Synthetic even-toed hang on. It's a start page search. Synthetic even-toed ungulate. And neural terminus catalyst. Do not cook or consume. Copyright 1958. Circa Swinolux. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. I will let this leaven my otherwise flat opinion of this level in particular. That's pretty good. Now, how do I cook this bad boy? Here we have it. What now?
Find the mechanical bore. Kill it and cook it. Find
But
the
how?
mechanical bore.
Ah, there we have it. I think.
Show me on the screen doll where they lobotomized you.
Right down the center.
Oh my god, I knew it. They lobotomized you right in the noggin.
Almost a little bit. They only divvied it up, you know. Made sure each side had their even share. Nothing wrong with that, alright? I guess I'll go back to mine. Four, please? Did I break the menu? Alright, where do I cook this bad boy at? But where, where? I guess... maybe down here? No, the torches don't do it. At least not those. Is that a sheep?
Yes, my lord. Look, Johnson.
As you do. Oh, duh. I should have seen. Alright. Down the tunnel we go. But what if I don't want to leave the networks? October 1959 beta. Okay. Please note that while this map shows the host population of the network according to the best information obtainable, no claim can be made for its accuracy. Most computer configurations supplied by the Network Information Center names are shown... What? Names shown are imp names? Not necessarily host names. Ah. I'm sure there's an Easter egg hidden somewhere in this. Oh hey, there's the cube. Oh, I guess this is meant to actually represent, like, the world map. What do we got here? Imp, tip, pluribus imp, satellite circuit, very distant host. That's interesting. Had I the necessary knowledge of, like, network analysis, I feel like this would be a very funny joke. For all of you out there, any of you, who happen to cross by this, and do have that specialist knowledge required, I'm sure that you're cracking up right now. Please, I'd love to be clued into the joke. Tell me all about it. That's an eerie silence. How far out can I go here? quite some distance, evidently. Is there an edge to the... Ah, there is. But very cleverly, it uses the transparent faceplate to make it feel like it spans on forever. Only aided by the verticality of the objects placed for us to lobby through. And the skybox, with its lateral lines. Well, mostly lateral. Interesting use of abstract space. I'll definitely be borrowing that at some point. Yeah, no problem. Oh shit. Yeah, well, I don't recognize yours either. What does that say? Virtucon. My PC, is that you? Oh well. Sucks to suck.
I've got terrible mouse problems at home. They're clicking all over the place.
I'm sure you're riddled with cookies. Your idol has got to be insane. Nah, man, because I'm riding on the bus. The wheels go round and round.
My father owns an apple orchard, but I'm incompatible with Macintosh.
Me too, dude. I feel ya. What's that? Yeah, what's up? Well, damn, now I really am solitary here. Those are some baller card designs, though. I dig them quite a bit. Big ups. Now, where can I explore more, too? You look like an orphan station.
I'll be right back. I gotta take a memory leak.
This whole space just for that joke. You can't knock them for not being dedicated. That's healthy, I'm sure. I'll come back for you. Promise.
I had a very strict mother board as a child.
I bet she flipped a breaker every now and then.
My homepage is a style. My homepage is a style.
Just about like most these days. Alright, what have we here?
Fortune favors the italic. I'm adopted.
Not wrong.
My fond family is supportive. Love thy nearest neighbor. I have no submissions. Technically, I'm naked right now. Fortune favors the italic.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna find out anyway. I feel like if I keep going with it. Okay. Is another history erase button? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Nice! Finally, the dark mode I've been needing. Alright, now I gotta try that history erase button then. Hang on, wait. Down forward punch again to Hadouken your terminal. You will lose any unsaved information in all applications. Alright, I guess just any button will do. With all of this being over here... What if I don't? You know, I guess I'll save my final review for the end. My earlier one was a little preemptive. Oh shit. Was good. Nothing, I guess. Oh, give me the credit card numbers. I needs them. Gimme. I must have. Data mesh? What do we have? Shredder? Calculus. What's that? Teradisk. Surveillance. What say you? Nothing. Whoa. No. Let me see about this one. Eh? Oh, really? Sounds very proteiny. Ah, damn. Back to light mode. Nah. I'm not affiliated at all. Promise. What do we hear? Asterisks caffeine. And that's all it took to get back to Darlington, home sweet home. Oh, hey! It stuck around. Well, that's cubic. Still nothing to do over here. Good. Ah, you're here though. Well, I guess she got bored. Oh, they did actually change out the magazines. Let's see, what have we here? Stockholm Syndrome. Only 56k yen. 16 trauma bonding tips. The spring's sexiest cats. 50 things your negotiators wish you knew. Do your hostages really love you? Take our captor quiz. You know, I know at least a handful of people this would genuinely appeal to directly. That's the concerning bit. But you know, all the power to him. Lindbergh enthusiast. Aviator extortion special. Nice. The latest cradle schematics. How to locate the most valuable babies. What's that? I can't quite make those characters out down there. It looks like Evil or Eve. Something. March 1932 Alpha. As it should be. Shanghai Supplemental. Crimp like a pro, page 82. Do stimulants make good seamen? Plus, this season's best intimidation techniques. Free fold-out captain's hat inside. Well, I know what I need to subscribe to right away. Haven't I my hat? Can I even be Captain Black Sparrow?
We've much business to discuss.
Hang on, I got this to look at first. Dear Polly Blank, it appears I am in the process of being kidnapped. We've taken your friends. If you wish to see them again, come to 128 Pleasance Avenue. The editor. PLO. Well, I guess that's one way to force through an update. It was real all along. Can't knock that one over, though. Alright, what you gotta tell me? Nothing, I guess. I have to sit down first.
Polly Blank. You may remember me from the resort hotel. I don't know how you escaped, but I've taken your precious director and secretary. Should you wish to see them alive again, please come to 128 Pleasance Avenue. Make sure to come alone. And no tricks, Polly Blank. This message will self-destruct in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Finally I can warm up in here. What do I have here? No, I'm the Viper. I'm here to wipe and wash their windows. Can do. I'm sure. Yes, just like home. Getting back to work. Toast? Oh! Oh. Totally flubbing it. Yep. Gotchas. Long shot. Yep, total whiff. Total whiff again. Oh no! And there it goes. Man after my own heart. Well, it's not exploding. What the fuck? Hang on, I need that microwave meal. Where you at? In you go! I see. Oh, did it? Oh, okay. I sincerely thought that was a feature. If I spray it. Oop. Stop putting it away. Hey, leave it be.
What's for breakfast?
CMOS side. Deletes NAND gates, NOR gates, OR gates, op amps, and hex buffers. Everything you need to be freed. Electronic lead. Rip in peace. really sucked at these. Oh, come on. There we go. No, I got yous. Up and out with them. There we go. Crabs ain't got nothing bad to say about it. Nope. Except for that one. Out of the way. I wonder if it matters if I get all of the creatures. Or just that English petroleum. I am an American, after all. It's my job to get as much oil as possible. If I ain't doing that, I ain't living up to the American dream. What am I even doing at that point? I'm sure it's George Washington. I'm sure George Washington would be disappointed in me. Ah. It's so close to the 4th, it's only fitting. Ah, finally. Come on now. We're getting somewhere. But not fast, that's for sure. Come on, you. Come on. No, I guess I'll try for the starfish or the urchins. Shit. I assure you, this is a valuable use of time. Come on now. Keeps giving me audio prompts, so I'm just gonna keep going through until I got them all out. I was sent to be the exterminator, after all. Come on, get out of there. Aha! Ah. Tried to take flight. You're but a simple crustacean, not a flying fish. Oh no, that one might be proper stuck. I say. If it proves elsewise. Come on. Come on! By the power of the claw. There we go. No, shit. I'm really surprised there's not an achievement for length of time in this claw game. But we'll get the easy one at least. You're out of here. I'm becoming less convinced that there's anything to this, actually. Is there any back and forth? Nope. Just side-scroll style. Come now, it's the last one. Let me have it. I must take it. I shan't have this one on the urchin. I think it's well and truly stuck. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting that thing. There is not an ounce of purchase to be had. That's proper crammed behind the plant. Wait a minute. Did rotation help me out here? Not a wink. Alright, well, in any case, you know, I have absolutely polluted the entire space and left all but nothing alive, save for one thing, if it is still alive. That's my proper patriotic duty, and I'm happy to oblige. Nah, I can't have more coffee? The hell? What is that? Hang on now. Absinthe, 100% pure. Low pass filtered. Premium isopropyl vodka. Blindness, of course. Yeah, that's about right. And then we have Danger. Neurotoxin, tequila flavored ethanol. Also correct, you know, right next to the vodka, as it ought be. And gin. Solvent grade. As a fan of, I'll certainly, I can see that, you know. And now, for the piece de la resistance, the absolute end of days. Slam it like it's no problem. Polyblank, my man here is a pro. An ISO Pro, even, was good.
Make me something for breakfast. I'm hungry.
Why don't you make it, eh?
Make me something for breakfast.
Are you sure you don't want this most delectable, freezer meal here? Nay? That's just not gonna work. No way to satisfy this man's food needs. I didn't even look at this. Polystyrene. Tantalum, ceramic, and mica. Well, you know, all you need for a proper breakfast. Satisfying?
I have 4th-degree burns all over my entire face.
Yeah. But it is sunny side up at least.
It burns.
Just like home cooking should.
I have 4th-degree burns all over my entire face. It burns.
Oof. What have we here?
Pedicure!
What is this? Promiscuous polynomials. Oh my.
I love this show!
How enticing.
You are listening to the heartbeat of the Sage computer. Every instrument in this room is constantly monitoring, testing, pulse-taking, controlling. For this is the programming and operations center for the Sage computer which surrounds it. To it come continuous streams of data, which it continuously absorbs and stores. Magnetic drums, tapes, and chords. Tapes and chords.
You know, with the right beats put on top of that. I would listen to that, if it were mixed properly. Of all the things to feature in the game, that ain't one of them. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Acme snail polish. Well, only if it's Tyrian purple. And we have not a bit of it. Fair enough, we'll go with classic red.
Ooh, that tickles!
Quentin Tarantino would be dying for this section. Oof.
I love it!
I'm glad.
That was so much fun!
Well, good.
Wanna listen to some compact records?
Nah, I'm fine. They got the best channels here. Let's see what's in the back room. Hmm? Oh, it's a bathroom. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. It'll definitely take care of the breath. Well, I guess that puts the X in roll X. Yeah, how bad is it? Sounds like you needed to brush up. Yo! Is it? Well, I think that's about the only thing, with a bit of an ER suffix there, that would have saved you, you know? I can't believe they give me a bid and spectacular. Very geometric. Crunchy. All right. Yeah, what's good? Hang on. I gotta see Entanglement. The game that ties you up in Gordian knots. It's all relative anyway.
Let's play spin the bottle!
Yeah, fuck it.
You!
Why not? What do we have here? More absinthe? What does that say? Ah, it's wine. What's that? Pub reel? No, surely not. Ah, wine Paris. 1702 or...
In the bottle!
Here we are. Where did he even come from? Oh, well, that would explain everything.
Keep the lawyers at bay.
And the wire's on the way, I guess.
Don't mind me, I got everything I need right here.
Can do.
Well, I don't normally like to eat children, but...
Only sometimes?
Well, you can't put a price on trash.
He's got a point.
You got any rats?
At least one.
You're not getting enough rats in your diet.
That's true. That's true. We do need rat snacks. Of all the things that I needed to hear today, that was not one of them. Oh my fucking god. They really went there. Holy shit.
No.
Yeah, at least they knew. At least they fucking know.
What's the word?
That apparently starts with an S and ends with an A.
Stop clicking on me.
Never.
No, stop clicking.
It's too late. It's the only revengeance I have.
I don't care. I buy and sell people like you all the time.
Fair enough. Well, had you anything to say? A giggle and tiddlywinks. That's all we needed anyway.
Right hand red.
Well, I guess I got two options. Here you go.
Yellow. Left hand green. Left foot red. Other hand blue.
That's what I call a crossover. Oh, what up? Oh! 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 Yes! Finally! Lizards and brains? Wondrous. Truly accurate representation. This is actually what cats do whenever they're away. Especially on an important time of the year, 1,000,000%. Couldn't be any closer to the truth. Now what have I here? There's only like $1 million worth of damage that I need to finish. I ain't getting that one, I don't think. Ah, I stand corrected. As a cat owner, I can attest to the trueness of this. Never anything more accurate. Cod stocking. Ah, but of course. The purr at the end of the tunnel. Can't put a price on that. Oh my. I see that we've hit, almost a full additional hour of play. And that is fair. I think that, we'll probably beat this level. And then we'll call it a day. This certainly recaptured my appreciation where the last one did not. I will say that. But I think it's again because of the scale. I really do. How do I get out there? Am I just being utterly foolish and I'm missing something? Ah, yes, the obvious door. Oh, Nothing quite like the jig. It'll clear any sinus with not an ounce of minus. Them's some untidy drawers, I tells ya. Oh hey! I actually do quite dig these optic illusions. Now I'll ask you, which way is going left and which way is going right? And which one is going first? Handy. Oh shit. Come on then. Yeah, sure. Oh, fuck! Hey, she survived! Alright. Well, let me out. Come on. There's gotta be a way. Where am Buddy at? Oh!
Quick, look behind you.
Over here, Polyblank. No, oh, over here. No, a little more. A bit more. A little to your left. No, your other left. Go back a bit. There we stop. Yes, there we go.
Oh, man.
Polyblank, we've been expecting you. I'll get right to the point. You've taken something of mine, and so I've taken something of yours. That's the overarching principle.
Hmm?
They've taken some of your important directors, i.e. me, and it's imperative that you get me back in the right hands, i.e. my own. Improvise. I know you'll do well by me.
Polyblank, I challenge you to a game of sport. Should you prove victorious, I will free the director unharmed. As I won the dice roll backstage, I'll go first. I guarantee you, there won't be one hint of foul play.
Doubtless.
Home run? I must be a bit off today. Your turn, Polyblank. Please select the sports stick of
Let's
your
see.
choice.
We have a Q? The fuck is that? Oh, that's a... I guess that's a carbon shafted golf club. And a couple of antennae. At least I think that's antennae. Alright, I gotta look around this place right quick. I can't pass up the opportunity. I'm sure that his life is not in imminent peril if I go over here for a while, no worries. The director will be fine. He has a good sense of self-direction. Well, no better time than now for a dive. Ah! I see they upgraded to solid water. Massive respect. Good taste. Principled. Modern. But not too sterile. That was a little bit fishy. Alright, back to the queue. Yeah, thanks. Let's see. Can I spike it? That's the question. Maybe if I hit it around there.
The consequences are in your hands, Polyblank.
There's no power bar, surprisingly. Let's see, is my DPI high enough for this? Absolutely not. Come on. There we go. It was only like a hole in 4.
I haven't had fun like this since killing that drifter in an alleyway. I'm so surprised.
My man's hitting them American Psycho vibes. No doubt.
Most invigorating.
Yes, Patrick Bateman, I'm sure it is for you.
Luck appears to be on my side today. Don't let it get you down, Polyblank.
And right in. Oh no!
We're just getting warmed up. Please follow me.
Where
and let us
next?
begin the gauntlet.
Sure.
You may choose any golf cart you wish.
Red is faster, obviously. What's up? Yeah, sure. Batteries. I can tell. They're electrifying. Bolts and nuts. Oh, wow. Well, you know. I think I'll stick with the chips. No garnishes, though. I see.
Next course will require some recreational coagulant.
Gravy
Locally
King?
known as sports gravy.
Sports gravy. Tongue dynamics. Instant gravy granules. Gravy King brown flavor. Extra lumpy. Makes 4,000 cubic feet. Holy shit. Must have had its place in the... So it is. Must have had its place in the military. You again. Well, you know... I guess... At least there was collateral involved. What the hell? Ah, I see. Revolving beats. Fair enough. Ah, you know, now that I think about it, it makes sense why the mermaid's tank was perfectly stand-uponable earlier. They're swimming in gravy. Perfect. Fits with the tales. Very mythic. Alright.
Please grab a radio control and prepare for the gibleting of a lifetime.
Gibleting, you say? Gibbelatron, Mark 4. Gravy Race 64. Holy shit. Bottoms up! I actually did kind of slap at these when younger. I say as I get pummeled. Come on! Take them corners tight! Yeah! Drift King, drift! So fucking silly. And I love that this is used as a perfect excuse to just stick a few minigames in that had absolutely no other place.
You're not supposed to be able to win this.
Well, tough titties.
On to the next course.
I jibbled my way through it no problem. Alright. What have we here?
Suit up, Polyblank.
Egometer. Alright. What's that say? Reality glove. Virtucon scanner. Yeah, why not?
I must warn you, I'm quite the Matrix Maverick, or some like to call me the video
544C.
virtuoso.
That's wild. Taking break to play hopscotch, okay. Validating user license, technical jargon. Yeah, fail. CMOS checksum error, defaults loaded. Fine by me. Oh shit. Absolutely whiffed it. I played the hell out of Wii Sports. I'm good at this, I promise. Ain't nobody busting my Wii. The me is upon ye. You may have the upper hand now, but I promise, it's too late for you.
King of the world,
Shit.
and you're a little worm.
Damn. Yeah. Wait, chair? Yo! Yep. Damn. Well, you got me on one thing.
I will try to be a gracious winner.
Did you? Oh, I didn't even notice. His head is actually orbular. How about that?
You wanna give it a try?
If you would be so kind as to hand me my trophy.
Is that it? I fail one game and you win?
Another trophy for me.
Yeah, why not? Hang on, I'll be right back. Oh, that'll be handy later. Yeah, let's go find one. Oh. What have we here? Water, you stupid. Emperor's brain. I'll have a big sippy of that. Conical, bro. It's filtered through diamonds. It's peak premium.
You should hop in. The water is perfect.
Ostracizer cyclotron. Solid state. Ice crush, nothing, mingle, pummel, karate chop, stern conversation, witness protection, genocide, liquefy. Holy shit! Well, you know what we gotta go with. Again,
So thirsty.
that is going to be appealing to at least someone out there. Oh, that's brutal. Here you go. That's a real Bloody Mary.
Creamy. You are delicious.
I'm glad someone can think so. You know what? Here we go. What's that say? La Panada? Miss La Panada. You know what? I'm glad. Oh, truly. But that's okay.
Well, just this once.
You're the queen of the fair, truly. No, it's all well. You can even have... No! Not at all. Because it's not used for sewing. It's used for rowing. Right across the sky. Ye fucking ah. Ah, and even generate me a bridge. Where's the Snake Eater song? Ah, nothing like a little climb across the plot threads. Ah. Oh, so that's how many licks to get to the center. Well, good. I'll be directly there. I guess that's not the way in. Ah. Alright, buddy. Well.
They've got me suspended in some sort of a whiskey. High quality whiskey. Polyblank, please save me before I drink the whole thing. I have complete faith that you can do this, Polyblank.
Let's see, what can we do it with? Surely there's a hammer or something around here. Fruit? Oh. They really like that fruit ninja bit. Both the last level and this one. And they gave it a fair shake. Deadass used to be addicted to this game. Oh. Well, I didn't expect it to let me go a second time. But fair enough, I suppose. Nothing wrong with it. After all, I am a master practitioner of fruit jutsu. No wonder it was stuck. Where's the dump button at? Oh. I'm an absolute fool. Croncification or free the director? I don't know. Who knows? You know what? I'd say croncification.
Sorry, old chum, but a croc's gotta do what a croc's gotta do. I mean, you might as well crawl in my mouth now, because it's only gonna end one way.
Yeah, why not? Ah, so that's the, kidney and steak pie. Oh! Is this the end of the game? Did I accidentally to the last level? I think I may have. Prosthetics Wrangler. Hang on, what was the other? I gotta read these all. I genuinely thought they would just be like end credits. I'm glad that they were generous enough to let us go back so that we can see them if we overlooked them the first time. Yeah, that's what I thought. The first one was just regular. And the second, I suppose, as well. Splenda barbiturate. Tarantula waxing by Jetson Larpicon. Okay. Stunts by unpaid interns. Like it should be. Motion capture by Octopuses Anonymous. Okay. Endoscopy by the player. True, true. Vampire basketball coach Samuel Horsebrush. What the fuck? Telda Dildonics by Sandra Bullock. I mean, if ever you needed a sponsor, I suppose, that's one of them. Jazzpunk was filmed in front of a live studio Cobra. Good to know. They snaked the thing before they presented it. Powered by the Indifference Engine or whatever. Copyright 1959B. Necrophone Games Corp. All rights preserved. I'm glad something is keeping them shelf stable. Yeah, what's up?
Sincerest apologies. I've left this tech recording here in the event that I ever get transmogrified into a man-reptile hybrid and you need to escape the labyrinth that is my digestive system. I've provided some specially encoded missional for just such an occasion. Not affecting many. Oh, and just a warning, I have a particularly violent immune system. Best of luck.
Thanks. I'll probably need it.
Please say hi to my secretary if I eat her for pudding.
Alright. More Raytheon Pharmaceutics. Very nice. Take one capsule every mission or until... Oh, okay. This is for Dudley Homer. From Dudley Homer. I'll have that. Alright. Cinematography. Well done. Jerry Skunk and Tackle. Alright, everybody. Well, I guess that is, I assume, the end of the game. And right on time as well. It has been a wild ride through and through, especially to the end. And while I had my critiques, my quibbles, my quarrels, I think it overall washes out to be a pretty fun game. an experience that I think is worth having, even if you've joined me on my journey through. It is absolutely something that, even if you yourself have been fully satisfied on watching through, punking friends with it, having someone sit down and give it a play, and watching their reaction, absolutely would be something worth your time. And even if nothing else, there are plenty of inside jokes that I guarantee you could easily just build right from the ground up between friends with something as reference-rich as this. And if you are like myself here, and you enjoy a little bit of goofs, gaffs, and gaggles, there's a nice medley of selection here for you. On the nerdiest of nerd side, on the techiest of tech. And even if you don't, seeing it from the perspective of a piece of media that a team of people who clearly had passion, direction, hope, and faith in their ability to pull off what they want, in spite of being, from what I understand, to be a completely indie studio. In 3D no less, not dropping to an old retro, but a kind of neo-retro aesthetic. I think it holds up. I think that it does what it sets out to do. And in that, we can only but give it a pat on the back, especially for the fact that it is at an extremely affordable price, and oftentimes even going on sale. This thing has given me multiple hours of entertainment. If you have joined me through it, you will probably have gotten at least some time yourself, and in any event, I would recommend. But I think that's all that I have to say on the matter of Jazzpunk that hasn't been said, whether it's cut together in a piece as shorts, or part of the whole stream sessions between us all together. Now, without further ado, it is time to say adieu. So let us get ourselves all positioned up for our outro. I thank you all for joining me here today. If you liked what you enjoyed, please do give us a like, share, comment, subscribe, do all the things that help this channel grow, sustain itself, and hopefully make a bit of a difference by checking out literature, games, and community, and helping to foster a community there around. If you didn't like it, let me know. Give me feedback, give me critique. I could always use it, and if you want to do that, you can always do so right here on the video, or check out my social media at Twitter, Spotify. Well, I guess you could comment on Spotify. Twitter, Spotify, BitChute, YouTube, the Discord server at the Threefold Edifactory. Or even over on TikTok. And if you did happen to like it enough to think that it is worthy of some monetary support, there is something that you can do as a one-time donation down. There is a one-time donation that you can offer, linked by Stream Elements in the description. Or if you want something a little bit more recurring and access to some very cool features, starting at $5, there is a Patreon, also linked in the description. And without further ado, I hope that you all never miss your opportunities.